Welcome back to another story on Fiction Moon. This time, we're bringing you, What If Harry Awakened a Forbidden Soul Core at age 5 and Every Dark Wizard in Britain Felt His Power? Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The night the dark felt something new. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 4 feet wide and 6 feet long, and Harry Potter knew every inch of it the way other children knew their bedrooms. He knew which floorboard creaked if you put your weight on the left side. He knew that the spider who lived in the upper left corner, he'd named her Margaret, rebuilt her web every Tuesday whether it got destroyed or not, and he found that quietly admirable. He knew that if he pressed his ear to the thin wall on his right, he could hear the television in the sitting room, and if Uncle Vernon was watching something loud, it meant he'd had a good day at work and was less likely to check the bolt on the cupboard door. Tonight, Uncle Vernon was watching something very loud. Harry sat with his knees pulled to his chest, which was the only comfortable position the cupboard allowed for extended sitting. His birthday had come and gone 3 hours ago, not that anyone had acknowledged it. Dudley's birthday, 5 days earlier, had involved a cake the size of a small table, 17 presents before breakfast, and a trip to the zoo where Dudley had been allowed to terrorize every animal in the reptile house. Harry's birthday involved being sent to the cupboard at 5 in the afternoon for the crime of existing too loudly in the kitchen while Aunt Petunia was on the phone. He was 5 years old today, and the only one who'd remembered was Margaret, who had rebuilt her web in an unusually ambitious spiral pattern this morning. Harry had chosen to take it as a gesture. He wasn't thinking about any of this when it happened. He was thinking, in the idle, unfocused way of tired children, about the crack in the cupboard ceiling, a hairline fracture that ran from the ventilation slat to the hook where his lightest jacket hung. He'd been staring at it for 20 minutes, watching the faint light from the hallway play along its edges, and he was thinking that it looked a bit like a river on a map, except maps showed rivers in blue and this crack was just the absence of paint, which was its own kind of color if you thought about it hard enough. Then something moved. Not in the cupboard. Not anywhere outside. Inside him, below his sternum, in a place that had no anatomical name. Something shifted the way tectonic plates shift, not fast, not dramatic, but with a completeness that rearranged everything above it. He felt it the way you feel your heartbeat when you've been very still for a very long time, suddenly aware that something has always been happening that you never noticed before. The crack in the ceiling began to glow. Not the crack itself. The light came from Harry's hands. He raised them slowly in front of his face and watched, with an odd lack of fear, as something moved beneath his skin. Not like illness. Not like the bluish white of veins. This was deeper, and it was gold, the particular shade of gold that exists at the precise center of a candle flame, where the heat is so clean it stops being fire and becomes something more fundamental. It pulsed in his palms and wound up through his fingers and ran along the fine bones of his wrists like it was following a map it had drawn itself. Harry sat very still. The something that had shifted now rose, and the only word he had for it was awake, because whatever it was, it hadn't been awake before. He understood, in the way that children sometimes understand enormous things that adults spend decades intellectualizing, that this was not new. It had always been here. It had been here longer than he had, in the sense that mattered, longer than the Dursleys, longer than this cupboard, longer than the scar on his forehead that Uncle Vernon always looked at sideways and Aunt Petunia always looked away from. It was his. More completely his than his name, which the Dursleys said like a reprimand. More completely his than his face, which they'd occasionally pointed out shared unfortunate characteristics with his no-good father. This thing in his chest, this warmth that was building with the patient certainty of sunrise, was the most his thing that had ever existed. He pressed one glowing hand against the cupboard wall. The wood didn't burn. It resonated. A low, subsonic hum moved outward from his palm through the wall into the house's bones, through the house's bones into the foundation, through the foundation into the street, and kept going. 47 miles north of Privet Drive, in a manor house that had been in the Knott family for 6 generations, Theodore Knott Sr. woke from a dead sleep with a sound that was not quite a scream. He sat up in his 4-poster bed, chest heaving, sweat cold on his back and stared at the wall. His mark, the one he carried with the particular shame of a man who'd claimed imperious afterward, was ice cold. Not burning. Not calling. Cold, in the specific way that a brand gets cold when it's been suddenly, completely, overwhelmingly outclassed by something it can't name. He didn't know what that was. He knew it was 5 years old. He knew that because whatever it was, it carried inside it, like a signature, the memory of the moment it had woken up, and the moment was small and dark and cramped and smelled of dust and something that was either a child's acceptance or a child's grief, and he couldn't tell which because they felt almost identical. He sat on the edge of his bed for a long time. Then he picked up his wand, sent a coded message to his contact at the ministry, and poured himself the largest whiskey he'd had in years. Across Britain, 12 other men and women woke with similar coldness. 7 of them sent messages. 3 of them wept, though not one could have explained why. One of them, a woman in Edinburgh who had almost turned away from the dark before the end, walked to her window and looked south and whispered something in Old Gaelic that translated, roughly, to "So you're finally here." One of them, Lucius Malfoy, who was in his study at Malfoy Manor at 9:30 because Lucius Malfoy worked late and called it dedication, did not scream, or weep, or reach for drink. He went completely still in his chair with a glass of Bordeaux halfway to his lips, and he thought, with the careful, analytical precision that had kept him alive through 2 wars and 1 very convenient defection, that whatever this was, it was either the greatest opportunity or the greatest threat he would encounter in his lifetime, and the difference between those 2 things depended entirely on which side of it you managed to position yourself on before everyone else arrived. He set the wine down, uncapped his inkwell, and began to write. In Hogsmeade, in a long low house that smelled of herbs and old paper, Severus Snape was grading 4th-year essays on the draft of Living Death and had just written Abysmal for the 3rd consecutive time when every nerve in his left arm went simultaneously numb. He was on his feet before he thought about it, left hand gripping his right wrist, staring at the mark with the expression of a man who has trained himself, over decades, not to show what he feels. The mark was silent. Voldemort, what remained of him, scattered and wretched, was not calling. Something else had happened. He stood at his kitchen table for 30 seconds, which was a long time for Snape, who processed things quickly and prided himself on it, and then he sat back down, picked up his quill, and did not write Abysmal on the next essay, because his handwriting had gone slightly unsteady and he refused to let that be recorded in the historical record of anyone's schoolwork. He thought about what that pulse had felt like. He thought about it for a long time. There was a word for what he'd felt. An old word, a pre-ministry word, the kind that showed up only in texts so old they were written on vellum rather than paper, in the sealed sections of libraries that required 3 separate permissions to access and a very convincing cover story. He'd read those texts. He'd read everything, at some point, in the manner of a young man who had understood early that knowledge was the only currency that nobody could take away from you. The word was anima nucleus. Soul core. He picked up a fresh sheet of parchment and wrote a single sentence, folded it with practiced precision, and sent it to Albus Dumbledore's office with the kind of urgency that he generally considered beneath him. Albus Dumbledore did not need the note. He had felt it the moment it happened, not through any dark mark or network of informants, but because Albus Dumbledore had been paying attention to Harry Potter's magical signature for 5 years with the focus of a man who had set a very specific trap and was waiting, with extraordinary patience, for a very specific thing to spring it. He had detection charms on the boundary of the wards at Privet Drive that were tuned to Harry specifically. He had known within 3 seconds that something unprecedented had occurred. He stood at the window of his office in Hogwarts, hands clasped behind his back, and looked south toward Little Whinging. He was 106 years old. He had seen, in those years, things that would have broken most men into fragments, and he had become very good at performing equanimity while the inside of him was doing something much less peaceful. He performed it now. Fawkes, his phoenix, made a sound from his perch that was less musical than usual, lower, more uncertain. Dumbledore didn't look at him. "I know," he said quietly. He had read about soul cores. He had, in fact, spent a significant portion of his 20s tracking down every extant text about them, in the period after Grindelwald, when he had become briefly and powerfully interested in the outermost edges of magical theory. He had concluded, after exhaustive research, that the last verified soul core awakening had been in 891 AD, in a woman named Rowena who had gone on to co-found a school in Scotland, and that the phenomenon was not heritable, not predictable, and not, by any conventional measure, manageable. He had also concluded that if one ever awakened in the modern era, it would fundamentally destabilize every power structure the wizarding world had carefully, painstakingly assembled. Harry Potter. 5 years old. In a cupboard under the stairs. He let out a slow breath. Snape's note arrived. He read it. He set it down, and for a moment his expression did something complicated and private, and then he composed himself, crossed to his desk, and began writing 6 letters simultaneously, which was either impressive organizational capacity or a sign that he'd had a great deal of practice managing crises from a desk. He wrote to the minister. He wrote to the Hogwarts heads of house. He wrote to 2 specific contacts in the Department of Mysteries. He wrote to the Hogwarts Board of Governors with language so carefully neutral it would take them a week to realize they hadn't actually been informed of anything. The 6th letter he wrote was the shortest. It was to himself, which was an eccentricity he'd developed decades ago, a habit of recording, honestly, what he actually thought in the moment, as a check against the self-deception that power made easy. He wrote 3 sentences. He folded it, sealed it, and put it in a drawer that he locked with a charm he hadn't used in 40 years, and did not look at it again. Then he put on his coat, his hat, and his particular expression of calm authority, and went to make arrangements. In the cupboard under the stairs, Harry had stopped watching his hands because the glow had become so familiar in the last 20 minutes that it no longer required conscious attention. It was simply there, the way his heartbeat was there, background, reliable, his. He was thinking about something else now. The something inside him, his core, though he didn't have that word yet, was giving him images. Not visions, not dreams, nothing dramatic. More like memories, except they weren't memories of things he'd done. They were memories of things he was. They came in brief flashes, like cards being dealt face down and then flipped. A woman's hands, shaping light in midair without a wand, laughing at something out of frame. A man sitting in a specific posture that Harry recognized, without knowing how he recognized it, as the posture of someone who was both terrified and completely certain. Fire that did not burn. Water that flowed uphill. Roots growing through stone with the patient insistence of something that had simply decided the stone was negotiable. And a feeling, not an image, just a pure feeling, of rightness. Of something completing a circuit that had been broken for a very long time. Harry pressed both palms flat against the floor of the cupboard and felt the house hum beneath him the way a tuning fork hums when you hold it. The house was old, and old things remembered, and what this house remembered was not pleasant, decades of one family's particular brand of carefully organized cruelty, and the core sorted through those memories the way you'd sort through a box of things left behind by someone you didn't like, looking for anything worth keeping, discarding the rest. What it found, under all of it, was the magical trace of 2 people who had stood in this house once, briefly, when Harry was very small. Their residue was faint, barely there, the magical equivalent of a footprint in sand after the tide. But the core recognized it with the specificity of a bloodhound, and it held on to it, and Harry felt something ache behind his sternum that had nothing to do with power. His mum and dad had been here. He sat with that for a while. Outside, Uncle Vernon changed the channel and laughed at something on the television, and the sound was so ordinary and so far from everything Harry was currently experiencing that it produced in him a feeling that wasn't quite contempt. He was 5, he didn't have that word, but was something adjacent to it. A quiet, settled awareness that the walls of this cupboard were not, had never been, the boundaries of his world. He fell asleep eventually, hands still faintly glowing, cheek against the cool floorboard, Margaret's web a silver spiral in the corner above him. He slept better than he ever had. By morning, the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had received 14 separate reports, 6 of which were from known Death Eaters or their associates, all of which described, in varying levels of hysteria, a pulse of unclassified magical energy emanating from the Surrey area. The head of the department, a career civil servant named Millicent Bagnold, who was also, incidentally, the Minister for Magic, read the reports in her office at 6 in the morning with a cup of tea she kept forgetting to drink. She read them twice. She then called her senior undersecretary, her head of magical law enforcement, and her single most reliable contact in the Department of Mysteries, and she told them 3 things. First, this did not leave the room. Second, she wanted a full assessment of the Surrey area magical signature within 24 hours, cross-referenced with every unregistered magical occurrence in the area for the past 5 years. Third, if Dumbledore hadn't already contacted her by noon, she was going to be very surprised, and the kind of not surprised that meant she'd have to deal with it herself. Dumbledore contacted her at 11:47. The conversation was polite, cordial, even. Both of them were extremely good at having conversations that sounded like one thing and were entirely another. What the conversation sounded like was, 2 old colleagues discussing a minor incident involving a child in magical distress, requiring careful, appropriate monitoring. What the conversation actually was, 2 very powerful people establishing, as quickly and as graciously as possible, who was in charge of what. By the time Dumbledore set down the phone, he kept a phone for the Ministry, who couldn't all manage the OWL network with equal competence. Both parties had a clear understanding. Harry Potter remained under Dumbledore's oversight. The Ministry would receive reports. The Ministry would not send anyone to Privet Drive. Dumbledore's position was that disrupting the Blood Wards would create more instability than the current situation. Which was true. It was also true that if the Ministry sent an Obliviator to assess Harry Potter, Dumbledore had absolutely no idea what the Soul Core would do about it, and he preferred to manage that variable before introducing it to civil servants. The first Ministry Obliviator to visit Number 4, Privet Drive, came 6 days later. His name was Gerald Sims, and he was a competent, mid-career professional with 15 years of experience and a very straightforward brief: visit the location of the reported magical disturbance, assess any Muggle contamination, administer memory modifications as necessary, and file a report. Standard Category 3 visit. He'd done hundreds of them. He arrived on a Wednesday morning while Harry was in the back garden. Harry was sitting on the grass near the fence, which was where he spent most of his outdoor time because it was the maximum distance from the back door, and he was doing something that Gerald Sims saw when he came around the corner of the house and stopped walking. The boy, small, dark-haired, in clothes 3 sizes too large, had his right hand extended, palm up. Above his palm, rotating slowly, was a sphere of light approximately the size of a cricket ball. It was not performing any particular function. It was simply existing, with the patient confidence of something that had every right to be there. Occasionally the boy would tilt his hand slightly and the sphere would ripple at the tilt the way water ripples when a cup moves, and the boy would watch this with the focused, unimpressed interest of a scientist observing a result he already predicted. Gerald Sims had been told he was assessing a Category 3 Muggle contamination incident. Gerald Sims stood at the corner of the house and looked at this 5-year-old child rotating a sphere of advanced magical light manipulation and revised his category assessment upward by several significant notches. "Hello," Harry said, without looking up from the sphere. Gerald Sims was a professional. He had been trained in exactly this kind of situation: unexpected magical ability in minors, potentially dangerous, required careful handling. His training told him to approach calmly, establish rapport, maintain authority. He was the adult. He was the trained wizard. He was the Ministry representative. He approached calmly. He crouched down to the boy's level, because the manual said that helped. He said, "Hello there. That's quite something you've got there." Harry looked up at him. His eyes were very green. Gerald had a niece with green eyes and he'd always found it an expressive color. Harry Potter's eyes were expressive in a way that Gerald couldn't quite read, which unsettled him in a specific, professional way. "You're from the Ministry," Harry said. Gerald paused. "What makes you say that?" You came from around the corner of the house instead of through the front door, Harry said, and you were looking at the sphere before you looked at me, like you were trying to figure out what it was before you figured out who I am. And you've got that. He indicated Gerald's coat pocket, where the tip of Gerald's wand was visible despite Gerald's best efforts. Uncle Vernon doesn't have one of those. Gerald looked at the wand. He looked at Harry. He said, "You're very observant." "The sphere helps," Harry said, which made no immediate sense, and then made a kind of sense that Gerald couldn't quite articulate, as if the sphere were functioning as some kind of extended sensory apparatus. That was not supposed to be possible at 5 years old. That was not supposed to be possible without a wand. That was, in all technical terms, not supposed to be possible. Gerald sat down cross-legged in the grass across from Harry Potter, because his legs had made a decision that his professionalism hadn't quite ratified, and he said, "My name is Gerald Sims. I work for the Ministry of Magic." "I know what that is," Harry said. "Do you?" "How?" Harry considered this with the serious consideration that small children give to questions they find genuinely interesting. "I'm not sure. I just know things, sometimes. Since my birthday." "What happened on your birthday?" The sphere rotated. Harry watched it for a moment. Then he looked at Gerald Sims with those green eyes that were entirely too knowing for a face that young, and he said, "Something woke up." Gerald filed his report that evening. It was the most carefully worded document he had produced in 15 years of professional service. It said everything it needed to say without quite saying what he had actually experienced, which was the conviction, growing by the moment he'd spent in that garden, bone deep by the time he'd left, that the child he'd visited was not in any danger that required ministry intervention. The danger, if there was any, was that the child was fine. Completely, frighteningly fine. He noted, at the bottom of the report, in the margin, so small it was almost invisible, "Recommend no further direct engagement. Current approach sufficient." Dumbledore read the report when it crossed his desk 2 days later through the network of quiet understandings he maintained with various ministry departments. He read the margin note. He set the report down and steepled his fingers and sat very still, which was the posture he used when something had happened that he hadn't quite planned for. He'd expected to need to insulate Harry from the ministry. He hadn't expected the ministry to insulate Harry from itself. The weeks that followed were quiet on the surface, but Privet Drive had changed in ways that no one who lived there could have articulated. The neighbors noticed, vaguely, that the Potter boy, who they'd been told was a troubled child, which was the Dursley party line, had stopped flinching. He'd been, in previous years, the kind of child who seemed to brace for impact at random intervals, the kind of tightness you saw in people who'd learned to expect doors to open badly. That was gone. He moved differently. He sat in the garden and his posture was completely at ease, and if any of the neighbors on Privet Drive had been the kind of people who paid careful attention to such things, they might have noticed that the garden around him was subtly, gradually, inexplicably healthier than it had any horticultural right to be. Inside number 4, the Dursleys were not having a good time. It had started with small things. Dudley's toys that found their way under the couch when Harry walked past them, rolling gently to inconvenient places, though no one touched them. The television cutting to static briefly, precisely once, when Vernon was in the middle of berating Harry for an infraction so minor it hadn't even been catalogued. A sense, not quite sound, not quite pressure, that hung in the air of the cupboard hallway, which the Dursleys had all begun to avoid by taking the long way around through the kitchen. The Dursleys were not stupid people. They were willfully ignorant people, which is different. They knew something was happening. Petunia, who had grown up knowing about magic in the way that only someone who's resented it deeply can know it, recognized the flavor of what was filling her house. She went tight-lipped and rigid about it, the way she always went when something reminded her of her sister. Vernon tried, twice, to re-establish the normal order of things. The first time, he unlocked the cupboard, yanked the door open, and told Harry in his most authoritative voice that he would be expected to cook breakfast, clean the kitchen, and generally behave himself, and if there was any funny business, Harry looked at him from the floor of the cupboard and said, "Okay," in the voice of someone who genuinely doesn't see the need for the speech, and Vernon found, to his considerable unease, that the speech sort of ran out of steam without anything to push against. He closed the cupboard door and went and had a biscuit and didn't revisit the subject for a week. The second time, Vernon's approach was more aggressive. He'd had a bad day, a specific combination of professional irritation and domestic frustration that had historically required an outlet, and the outlet had historically been the boy. He came downstairs at 9 p.m. with intention in his stride. He opened the cupboard door. Harry was sitting in the center of the cupboard with his legs crossed and his eyes open, and the glow from his hands was bright enough that the whole interior of the cupboard was lit in warm gold. He looked at Vernon without alarm or defiance. He looked at Vernon the way Vernon imagined geologists looked at mountains, with an assessment of scale that found the scale personally unimpressive. Vernon looked at the light. Vernon looked at Harry. He said, "Stop that." Harry said, "No." Not defiantly. Not with any edge of childish rebellion. Just as a simple statement of fact, the way you'd say no to a request that didn't quite make sense, with a mildness that was somehow far more unnerving than anger. Vernon closed the cupboard door very quietly and went to bed early, and in the morning he didn't mention it, and he never tried again. Petunia watched all of this from the edges and said nothing, but there was something in her face, in rare unguarded moments, that was not quite grief and not quite recognition. She watched Harry in the garden sometimes, through the kitchen window, and her expression was its own private weather system. Once, when she thought no one could see her, she pressed 2 fingers against the kitchen window glass in a gesture that looked like she was reaching for something she'd decided a long time ago she couldn't have. Harry, in the garden, felt it through the glass. He didn't turn around. By the time Harry was 6, he could move objects with his mind and didn't bother to use his hands for it anymore unless he wanted to. By the time he was 7, the core had begun to do something that he privately thought of as filing. It organized everything, every piece of magic he'd encountered, everything he'd felt, everything it had touched, into a structure that he navigated the way you navigate a library you've spent years in. He could reach for specific things. He could pull on specific currents. He didn't know the formal names for what he was doing, because he'd never been taught, but the doing of it was as natural as breathing, and considerably more interesting. By the time he was 8, the sphere in the garden had been joined by considerably more sophisticated constructions, not for show, just because the core found the practice valuable, the way a musician practices scales not to perform scales but because scales make everything else possible. He built things. He unmade them. He sat in the dark of the cupboard and mapped the house's magical topography the way a blind man maps a room by sound, and he expanded outward from there until he could feel the wards that Dumbledore had placed on the property like a net hung just outside the fence. He understood what wards were, in the abstract, without knowing the word. He didn't test them. He didn't need to. He simply noted their existence with the same interested neutrality he applied to everything, filed them under other people's magic, and moved on. He read, when he could get books. At school, Muggle Primary School, which he attended in Dudley's cast-offs and found simultaneously boring and useful, he was categorically the strongest reader in his class, which had led to some interesting moments with teachers and some deeply uninteresting moments with Dudley, who had tried to communicate his displeasure and found that Harry had, somewhere in the past 2 years, stopped caring about Dudley's displeasure in any form. He read everything. History, science, mythology. He had a particular, personal interest in mythology, specifically the mythologies that kept returning to the same cluster of ideas, fire-givers, power-holders, figures who carried something the world needed but kept trying to bury. He read about Prometheus and felt the particular satisfaction of recognizing something. He turned 9. He turned 10. He was, by any measure, the strangest and most quietly confident child in Little Whinging, and he knew it, and he found it neither remarkable nor burdensome. He was what he was. The core had taught him that much, not through any lesson, but through the simple fact of being real, and being his, and being enough. Dumbledore watched. He watched through the detection charms on the wards. He watched through Gerald Sims's occasional returns to the area, which Gerald filed as routine checks and which were, genuinely, routine. Nothing alarming was happening from the outside, which was itself the alarming thing. He watched through a small enchanted mirror he'd set in a tree at the corner of the Desleys' property, which had cost him 3 days of concentrated enchanting and which he checked every week. He did not visit. He did not make contact. He maintained this position with a firmness that he occasionally justified to himself at length, which was always a sign that a position required more justification than it deserved. His position was that contact was premature. That Harry needed grounding before engagement. That introducing the wizarding world before Harry had a stable foundation would be disruptive. These were true things. They were also convenient things. The truth that sat beneath all the other truths was that Dumbledore wasn't sure what to do. In 106 years of exceptional life, faced with some of the most complex problems magical history had produced, Albus Dumbledore was, for the first time in decades, genuinely uncertain about his next move. The boy in the garden was not the boy he'd planned for. The power in that house was not the power he'd expected. He'd anticipated a child with a strong latent magical ability, shaped by love's protection, ready to be guided toward a necessary confrontation with Voldemort's remnant. He had not anticipated this. He had not anticipated a 9-year-old sitting in a back garden on a Tuesday afternoon with a sphere of pure magical energy in one hand and a library book in the other, looking for all the world like someone who had already worked out the important parts and was now filling in the details for interest's sake. So he watched, and waited, and wrote increasingly complex letters to his Tuesday evening correspondent in the Department of Mysteries, and sat with his uncertainty with the particular discomfort of a man who had built an entire philosophy around knowing what was necessary, now confronted with something he couldn't quite classify. Snape did not watch. Snape had his own way of managing uncertainty, which was to research until the uncertainty became a different, more precise kind of problem. He spent 3 months in the year of Harry's 6th birthday requesting access to the restricted archives at the Ministry, through channels that couldn't be traced to him directly. He spent 2 weeks in the sealed section of the Hogwarts library after the students went home for Christmas. He corresponded with a scholar in Bulgaria who specialized in pre-Wandera magical theory and charged an absolute fortune for consultations but was, undeniably, worth it. By the end of that process, he knew more about soul cores than anyone living, which was to say he knew a great deal and had identified the boundaries of what wasn't known. He knew that they were not inherited. He knew that they were not random, they emerged in individuals with a specific magical profile, a particular configuration of will and capacity and early experience that the old texts described in terms so poetic they were almost useless. He knew that the last verified awakening had been Rowena Ravenclaw. He knew that the one before that had been someone the texts referred to only as the unnamed, who had apparently done something significant enough to get removed from the historical record. He knew that soul cores could not be controlled from outside. That they responded to their bearer's intent and no one else's. That attempts to bind or suppress or redirect them had, historically, ended badly for the persons making the attempts. He knew that Harry Potter was going to walk into Hogwarts in 5 years and that nothing would be the same afterward. He processed this knowledge in his characteristic way, which was to organize it into a structure of logical necessities. He could not control what was coming. He could, potentially, understand it. Understanding had historically been his best defense against the things he couldn't control. So he read his texts, and he thought his thoughts, and he sat in his chair by the fire on the last evening of his research and let the weight of what he knew settle into him. And he felt, under the professional acknowledgement of a significant magical phenomenon, something else, something he'd thought he'd carefully deconstructed years ago. He felt, very quietly, something that was almost hope. He didn't examine that. He closed his book, banked the fire, and went to bed. On the night of Harry's 10th birthday, the last night before things would begin to visibly accelerate, Harry sat in the cupboard, not because he'd been sent there, but because it was his space, as claimed and certain as anything had ever been claimed or certain for him, and he thought about the year to come. He'd received his Hogwarts letter. Not in the morning, in the official cascade of owls. The letter had arrived 11 days early, carried by an owl that sat on the fence post outside his window with the patience of something that had all the time in the world and wasn't using any of it for anxiety. He'd taken it through the small window he'd learned to unlatch 3 years ago. He'd read it. He'd read it twice, because the first time he'd been mostly noting the structure of the thing, the parchment, the green ink, the seal, and the second time he'd actually absorbed it. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd set the letter down on the floor of the cupboard with the gold light from his hands illuminating it, and he'd felt the core do something it had never done before. It had responded, not to the letter, exactly, but to what the letter represented. A world. The world that had made him. The world that had been a ghost in this cupboard for 5 years, visible in the residue of 2 people who had walked through the front door once, leaving traces of a love so large it had somehow survived everything. He was going. He was going, and he was not afraid, and he was not nervous in the way that 10-year-olds are nervous about new schools, about making friends, about whether they'll be clever enough or brave enough or the right kind of enough. He was something else entirely. He pressed both palms flat on the floor and sent a pulse of warmth outward through the house, through its bones and its wards and its careful Desley-shaped emptiness, and it wasn't a message for anyone. It was just a statement. A simple, cellular, irreversible truth. I'm here. I've been here. I'm about to be somewhere else. 47 miles north, in the Knott Manor, Theodore Knott Sr. felt the pulse, poured another whiskey, and thought, yes. There you are. In Hogwarts, in his office, Dumbledore set down his quill and looked at the window for a long time without writing anything. In a low house in Hogsmeade, Snape felt it and set his jaw and finished his tea and allowed himself, once, privately, quickly, a thought that he would have denied to anyone who asked, good. In the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter turned 10, and the dark wasn't dark anymore, and hadn't been for years, and the light was gold, and it was his, and it was enough, and in 11 months he was going to walk through the doors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and the world that had been waiting for him was going to find out what 5 years of becoming looked like when it finally had somewhere to go. He closed his eyes. He slept. The glow didn't stop. Chapter 2, What the Cupboard Taught Him. The Hogwarts letter brought a visitor. Not Dumbledore. Not a ministry official. Not another Gerald Sims with a wand in his pocket and professional composure that lasted approximately 90 seconds in Harry's presence. This visitor came on a Tuesday morning in July, 11 days after the letter, and he arrived the way people arrive when they genuinely don't care what impression they make, which is to say, loudly, and on a motorcycle that didn't exist anymore by the time it landed. Harry heard the engine from inside the cupboard. He felt the magic before he heard the door. The knock on the front door of number 4 was the kind of knock that assumed the door would open. 3 hits, each one the comfortable confidence of a very large fist that had never in its life had a door stay closed against it. Harry was already sitting up when Petunia's footsteps crossed the hall. He heard the door open. He heard the pause, the specific, sharp-edged pause of Petunia Desley encountering something she hadn't prepared for. He heard a voice like a cheerful avalanche say, "Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Here for young Harry Potter. Lovely morning, isn't it?" He heard Petunia say, in the voice she used when her entire value system was being challenged by something she couldn't politely dismiss, "I'll find him," Hagrid said, with the complete, genuine warmth of someone who has never once been accused of subtlety and wouldn't mind if they were. Heavy footsteps came down the hall. The cupboard door rattled. Then it opened, because the lock, which Harry had never bothered with in either direction, offered no resistance. Rubius Hagrid filled the cupboard doorway the way a cliff face fills a horizon, not threatening, just enormously, factually present. He looked down at Harry. Harry looked up at him. Hagrid had a beard you could lose a small bird in and eyes that were currently doing something complicated, warm, determined, and shot through with something that might have been guilt if you looked at it sideways. "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." "That's me," Harry said. Hagrid looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at the cupboard, really looked at it, the dimensions of it, the hook with the jacket, the floorboard that creaked on the left, Margaret's web, and his expression went through several things rapidly, landing on something set and quiet that was considerably more serious than his opening energy had suggested. "Rye," he said, more softly. "You've been livin' in here." "On and off," Harry said. Hagrid looked at him again. He seemed to be recalibrating something. Harry helped him out by standing up, picking up the letter from the floor where he'd kept it, and saying, "I've already read it." "Are we going to Diagon Alley?" Hagrid blinked. Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan." "How'd you?" "It mentioned supplies." Harry stepped out of the cupboard into the hall, which made him aware, in the way you're occasionally aware of transitions, that he was leaving something. "Not missing it. Just noting it. And I haven't got money for supplies, so someone has to take me to get some, and you're the someone they sent." Hagrid stared at him. Then he laughed, a laugh like boulders settling, and something in his posture shifted, the guilt-adjacent thing going somewhere quieter, and he said, "Blimey. Yeah. Okay then. Ready when you are." Harry was ready. He'd been ready for 11 days. Diagon Alley hit him like a symphony hits you when you've only ever heard individual instruments. He'd known, the core had given him a working knowledge of the shape of things, the way it gave him most things, in flashes and resonances rather than catalogued information. He'd known that magic was wide and old and populated. He hadn't known what it looked like in an apothecary at 10:30 on a Tuesday, or what it smelled like outside a shop where someone was burning something aromatic on the second floor, or what it sounded like when 50 conversations in a narrow cobblestone street layered over each other in the specific acoustic texture of a place that had been doing exactly this for several hundred years. He walked through it with his hands loose at his sides and his eyes moving steadily, taking in everything without catching on anything, the way you look at a painting when you want to see the whole thing before you focus on the details. People noticed him. He noticed them noticing him. The scar was visible, his hair was always doing what it wanted, and what it wanted today was apparently to frame his forehead, and the scar was the first thing adult eyes found when they landed on him. He watched the sequence, eyes find the scar, recognition, something that changed the quality of attention from casual to pointed. Some of them stopped walking entirely. One woman dropped her bag. A pair of older wizards near a bookshop door looked at each other and looked at him, and one of them said something the other one answered with a quick, private nod. Harry processed all of this without breaking stride, without the embarrassment or the pleasure that most people might have felt at that quantity of attention. The core had long since made him comfortable with being looked at. It was a fact, like weather. What surprised him was something else entirely. There was a man near the entrance to Gringotts, tall, blond, the kind of expensive that announces itself in the particular quality of fabric and posture, who was watching Harry with an expression that Harry had no trouble reading. Not recognition. Not awe. Assessment. Calculation. The eyes of someone running numbers that had nothing to do with sentiment. Lucius Malfoy. Harry didn't know the name yet, but he felt the shape of the man's attention, and the core noted it with a small, alert pulse. The attention of people who see you as a resource felt different from the attention of people who see you as a person, and different again from the attention of people who were afraid. This man's attention was none of those things. This was professional interest, the kind that came with long-term plans already in progress. Harry met his eyes for a moment. Just a moment. Then he looked away and kept walking, because there were more interesting things in Diagon Alley than a man with plans. Hagrid, who had been simultaneously navigating the crowd and periodically pointing out establishments with the enthusiasm of a very enthusiastic tour guide, said, "Gringotts first. Gotta get your gold sorted." "Gold," Harry said. "Your parents left you a vault, they did." "Shouldn't be short of anything, Harry." His parents had left him a vault. He sat with that for a moment as they climbed the white stone steps, turning it over, feeling the core file it under things that matter alongside the traces of them he'd found in the walls of Privet Drive. They'd thought about the future. They'd made arrangements. Even knowing, he didn't know exactly what they'd known, but the core had given him enough to understand they'd been at war, they'd looked ahead. He stepped into Gringotts and the core lit up immediately, recognizing the deep, structural magic woven through the bank's foundations with the focused interest of someone encountering, for the first time, something significantly older than themselves. The goblin behind the nearest counter looked up at him. Harry looked back, with genuine interest. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, which apparently was not a thing the goblin usually said on first encounter, because Hagrid looked surprised. "We've been expecting you." "Have you?" Harry said. "Not a question, just acknowledgement." "There are certain protocols," the goblin said, with the precise diction of someone who has learned that humans respond better to vague professionalism than to specificity, triggered when a key holder approaches the premises. "Your presence registered at the outer wards." He paused. "More strongly than is standard." "I imagine so," Harry said. The goblin looked at him for a long moment. Then something in the goblin's expression adjusted, very slightly, the way things adjust in creatures who have been dealing with wizards for millennia and have developed an extremely refined sense of who to take seriously. "This way, Mr. Potter." Hagrid leaned down and murmured, "I've been comin' here for 30 years and a Gringotts goblin has never done that." "Done what?" Harry asked. "Dropped the script," Hagrid said, with something like wonder. The vault was not what Harry had expected, and he wasn't entirely sure what he'd expected. It was larger than any amount of money required a space to be, tall stone walls lit by torches that burned blue-white rather than orange, which he suspected was a security measure. The floor was gold, literally, in the sense that the gold was the floor, piled in drifts that his feet sank slightly into as he walked in. He stood in it and the core felt the Potter family's accumulated magical residue in the chamber's walls the same way it had felt the traces at Privet Drive. But this was richer, more layered. Generations of a family who had taken magic seriously, who had worked it and studied it and left, in the stones around their gold, the fingerprints of who they'd been. He picked up one galleon from the top of the nearest pile. Turned it over. Put it in his pocket. "You'll want a bag," Hagrid said, holding out a large leather pouch. "Right," Harry said. He filled it with the efficient movements of someone focused on the practical aspects of a problem, and didn't say what he was thinking, which was that the gold was the least important thing in the room. When they were leaving, the goblin, Griphook, Harry gathered from a brief exchange with a colleague, said, quietly, "There is also a second vault, Mr. Potter. The Potter family vault. This was the trust vault. The family vault requires your presence at your majority, but, you should know it exists." Harry looked at him. "What's in it?" "Documents. Objects. Things your family considered worth protecting." Griphook met his eyes with the straightforward directness of someone who respects people who can handle information. "Including things pertaining to your mother's research." "My mother was a researcher," Harry said. Again, not a question. "Your mother," Griphook said, "was one of the most talented magical theorists of her generation. She was working on something substantial before she died." He paused. "It would be worth your attention. In time." Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Thank you," and he meant it in a specific way that acknowledged the information as a gift, which was unusual enough that Griphook nodded in a way that suggested it had landed correctly. Outside in the alley, Hagrid said, "What did he say in there?" "Looked like a private conversation." "It was," Harry said. "Not rudely. Just accurately." Hagrid, who was many things but not obtuse, accepted this with a nod and redirected his energy toward pointing out the robe shop with the enthusiasm of a man who had genuinely been looking forward to this errand. Madame Malkin's was fitted and done in 15 minutes, mainly because Harry answered measurements and questions without the self-consciousness that made the process awkward for most children. He was trying on a set of standard school robes when the curtain beside him parted and a boy about his age stepped into the next fitting space. Blonde. Sharp-featured. The particular uprightness of someone whose posture has been trained rather than grown. The boy looked at Harry with immediate recognition, the scar, again, doing its work, and then at Harry's face, and something in his expression settled into careful assessment that reminded Harry, briefly, of the man outside Gringotts. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm Draco Malfoy," said with the expectation that the name would produce a reaction. Harry looked at him with the same mild, measuring attention he gave most things. "You're related to the man outside the bank?" Draco blinked. "My father." "Yes." "How did you look like him," Harry said, which was true, and also not the whole truth. "Are you starting Hogwarts this year?" "Obviously," Draco said, with the reflexive superiority of someone who'd never had to think about whether they were going to Hogwarts, for whom Hogwarts was simply the next inevitable step in a predetermined life. But then, under the superiority, something that was actually just a boy who'd been handed a lot of certainties and very few genuine conversations. Harry noticed both. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Harry asked. "Slytherin," Draco said immediately. "My whole family's been Slytherin." He paused, and Harry could see him deciding whether to perform indifference or genuine interest, and genuine interest winning slightly. "What about you?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. He considered telling him about the Sorting Hat, which he'd read about in Hogwarts, a history, which he'd found in the Muggle library in an edition that had apparently been shelved by accident 40 years ago and never retrieved. He decided against it. "I suppose we'll see." Draco looked at him. You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" A pause. Draco was 10, and 10-year-olds, when asked direct questions they haven't prepared for, reveal themselves in the pause. What showed in Draco Malfoy's pause was not arrogance. It was the particular uncertainty of someone who has been told exactly what to think about something and is now standing next to the thing and finding the briefing slightly inadequate. "I don't know," he said honestly. "Something more, I don't know." "Different." "Different how?" Draco looked at him. "My father says you're important." "Your father seems like he finds a lot of things important," Harry said, without edge, just observation. Draco laughed, surprised by it, short and real, the laugh of someone who doesn't get to be actually amused very often. Then he pulled it back into the appropriate Malfoy expression, but the realness of it had been visible, and Harry filed it. They finished their fittings largely in silence, the comfortable kind that sits between people who have said enough for a first meeting and know it. When Harry left the shop, Draco said, "See you at Hogwarts," then, with an inflection that was half statement, half genuine question. "See you there," Harry said. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow and dense with boxes, smelling of sawdust and something older, the specific ancient smell of living wood that had been waiting in purpose-built stillness for a very long time. Ollivander himself appeared from between the shelves the way things appear in dreams, suddenly present without having approached, white-haired and silver-eyed and regarding Harry with an expression that Harry recognized as the specialized look of someone who dealt daily in something extraordinary and was now encountering something that gave even them pause. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. "I wondered when I would see you." "Hello," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry's hands, his right hand, specifically. His eyes moved from the hand to the face and back, with the attention of someone reading something. "Your hands have been doing wandless work," he said. "Not accusatory. Factual. Considerable wandless work." "For about 5 years," Harry said. Ollivander made a sound. Not quite a word. It contained within it a large quantity of feeling, mostly a kind of reverent, slightly alarmed fascination. 5 years. Yes. I did wonder about the reports. He seemed to collect himself. Well. A wand this will be interesting. A wand finds its match in the witch or wizard. But you, he stopped, looked at Harry again. You already have a match. Inside you. So the question is not which wand suits you best. It's which wand is willing to work alongside something like that. Something like what? Harry asked, genuinely curious about how Ollivander would frame it. Ollivander said, something that was old before wands were invented. He moved to the shelves with the brisk energy of a man who finds a good challenge deeply satisfying. This will require some exploration. What followed was 45 minutes, which Hagrid spent sitting on a chair near the door, and which Harry spent trying 27 wands with a patience that other children had not historically brought to this process. Most wands sparked once and went quiet, not incompatible, exactly, but the reaction was subdued, like two people who have nothing against each other but no particular chemistry either. The core sat behind everything, attentive, not interfering, just present. When Ollivander brought out the 28th, Harry felt it before he touched it. Holly, Ollivander said, 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He held it out. Curious. Very curious. What's curious about it? Harry asked, taking it. The wand lit up the moment his fingers closed around it, not metaphorically, literally, a brief pulse of warm light from tip to hilt, and the core responded in the way the core responded to things that fit. Not with excitement. With a quality of recognition, the way you recognize a word you've known for years the first time you see it written correctly. The phoenix that gave that feather, Ollivander said, watching the light with an expression that had gone somewhere very private, gave only one other. The feather in the wand that gave you that scar. He paused. It is curious. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. Harry looked at the wand. He looked at Ollivander. He said, do you say that to everyone? Ollivander blinked. Then smiled, slowly, like sunrise. No, he said. Not quite like this. Harry turned the wand over once in his hands. The light faded to something ambient, low and steady, the same quality as what he carried in his chest. He pocketed it. Thank you, he said. The pleasure, Ollivander said, is genuinely mine. I've been in this business for quite some time. I don't often feel that I've just witnessed something. What did you witness? Harry asked. I'll tell you when I've thought about it properly, Ollivander said. Come back and see me. When things have settled. He looked at Harry. They won't settle quickly. No, Harry agreed. Probably not. On the train back from London, Hagrid ate rock cakes and told Harry about Hogwarts, not the history of it, not the mechanics, but the texture. The way the lake looked at first light. The way the Great Hall felt at the start of term feast. The way Quidditch matches could be heard from 3 villages away on a clear day. He talked the way people talk about places they love, with the particular combination of specific detail and warm generalization that only comes from genuine affection. Harry listened, and the core listened with him, filing all of it in that deeper way it filed things that mattered. Hagrid, Harry said, during a pause in which Hagrid was working through a rock cake with the focused dedication it required, what do you know about soul cores? Hagrid stopped chewing. He looked at Harry. He looked at the window. He looked back at Harry. Where'd you hear that? He asked, with a carefulness that was completely foreign to the rest of his conversational style. I haven't heard it anywhere, Harry said. I'm asking what you know. Hagrid put the rock cake down. He was quiet for a moment, which was also foreign to the rest of his conversational style, and which told Harry that the term meant something to him. I know what everyone knows, Hagrid said, carefully. Which is, not much. Old magic. Preministry. There's stories, old stories, about witches and wizards who had them. Power that came from inside, not from wands or training. The old books call him something, in Latin. He paused. Why re you a skin? Harry considered how much to say. He looked at Hagrid, really looked at him, in the way the core enabled, reading the layers of the man with the attention that had read people and places for 5 years. What he found in Hagrid was guileless and warm and shot through with a specific, genuine, protective care for Harry that had been there, apparently, for years. He found loyalty. He found something that had been living near guilt for a decade, the shape of someone who had carried a child to a doorstep and had never quite been able to stop thinking about what was on the other side of that door. He found someone who could be trusted. "I have one," Harry said. The compartment was quiet for a moment. Outside, the landscape moved past in the comfortable green-gray of an English July afternoon. Hagrid said, "Oh." Then, "Oh, Harry." Then, quietly, "Dumbledore knows, doesn't he?" "I'd imagine so," Harry said. "He's had detection charms on the wards at my aunt's house since before I can remember." Hagrid looked at him for a long moment. There were several things happening in his expression at once, and Harry let him work through them. Finally Hagrid said, "He'll have his reasons. For keepin' distance. He'll have his reasons." "I know," Harry said. Not bitterly. Not defensively. Just acknowledgement. "You're not angry?" Hagrid asked, sounding slightly uncertain, as if he'd prepared for anger. "About what, specifically?" Harry asked. "About the cupboard. About not being, about Dumbledore not." Hagrid stopped, clearly frustrated with his own inability to assemble the thing he meant to say. Harry looked at the window. The landscape moved. He thought about the cupboard, not as a wrong done to him, but as a thing that had happened, in the way that weather happens. He'd learned in the cupboard. The cupboard was where the core had woken up, because the core woke up when you had nothing else, when all the noise of a normal life was gone and what was left was just you, right down to the bottom of what you were. He was not, he decided, grateful for it. But he was not consumed by it either. "There'll be time for complicated feelings," he said, "when the complicated feelings are useful." He looked back at Hagrid. "Right now I'm going to Hogwarts." Hagrid stared at him. Then he picked up his rock cake and said, with something that was half admiration and half a very parental kind of worry, "You know, you're nothing like what I expected." "Everyone keeps saying that," Harry said. "Maybe everyone's right," Hagrid said. The month between Diagon Alley and September 1st was the quietest Harry could remember, and also the fullest. He read everything he could get his hands on. He'd bought a collection of additional books in Diagon Alley, beyond the standard curriculum set, with money he spent with the focused efficiency of someone who'd thought about this exact purchase for a long time. Books on the theory of magic. Books on the history of Hogwarts. One very old book, bought from a used bookshop tucked behind Flourish and Blots, that was written in a script that should have been illegible to him and which he sat with for a full afternoon before the core did something unprecedented. It read it for him, or rather with him, translating not just the language but the conceptual framework, the way a knowledgeable guide translates not just words but the culture beneath them. The book was called De Nucleo Anime. On the Soul Core. It had been written in 912 AD by someone who had known Rowena Ravenclaw, and the knowing was evident on every page, not reverent, but intimate, the way you write about someone whose brilliance you've spent years standing next to and have finally decided to document. The author described the core not as a power but as a relationship, between the wizard and the deepest stratum of magical reality, a connection that the first wand-makers had actually been trying to replicate, a manufactured approximation of something that occasionally, in the right person at the right moment, happened naturally. It described what a core could do. It described what a core could not do, which was a shorter list but more interesting. Cores could not be used to harm the bearer, could not be directed against the bearer's own will, could not be inherited or transferred. They could, however, grow. They could change with the bearer. They learned. The book had a word for the person who carried one. Animus vivus. The living soul. Harry read the phrase 3 times. The core, predictably, did nothing dramatic about it. Just filed it with the calm of something that has already known its own name for years and is simply noting that someone has finally written it down. The last chapter of the book was the most interesting, because it was the most frightened. The author had moved from the intellectual excitement of the early chapters to something more careful, the measured prose of someone who has thought about consequences. They wrote about what happened when institutions encountered a soul core bearer, how every organizing body that had ever claimed authority over magical practice had tried, in some form, to manage the phenomenon. Bring it inside. Make it legible. Give it a category. None of them had succeeded. The most they'd ever managed was to make the bearer's life considerably more difficult, which was not the same thing as success. Rowena Ravenclaw had co-founded Hogwarts, which the author suggested was partly a move of genius and partly a move of strategy. If you could not be managed by institutions, you built one yourself, and ran it on your own terms. Harry put the book down, lay on his back in the cupboard, looked at Margaret's web in the upper corner, and thought about that for a while. In September, he was going to Hogwarts. He wasn't going to run it. He was 11. But the principle was interesting. The night before the train, Aunt Petunia did something unexpected. She knocked on the cupboard door. Not with the sharp, proprietary knock of someone who owns the door. With the hesitant, brief rap of someone who is doing something they've decided to do before they can think better of it. Harry opened it. She was standing in the hallway in her dressing gown, holding something. A photograph, he saw. Small, square, the color slightly faded in the way of photos from the early 1980s. She held it out without looking at his face, looking at a point slightly to his left, her jaw set in the particular way it set when she was doing something that required significant internal work. He took it. It was his parents. His mother, laughing at something, the kind of laugh that moves through your whole body. His father, arm around her, grinning in a way that confirmed, definitively, that the nose was indeed inherited. Between them, a baby. Small and dark-haired Anne, wearing the expression that Harry privately recognized as his own "I'm thinking about something" face. He looked at the photo for a long time. "She was my sister," Petunia said, to the wall. "Whatever else she was my sister first." Harry said nothing. He looked at the photo. "I didn't," Petunia stopped. She tried again. "I didn't do well by you. I know that." Her voice was the voice of someone reading from a script they've written and rewritten and are finally, at cost, delivering. "I don't know how to fix it. I'm not sure I can. But you're going to that school tomorrow, and you should have," she gestured at the photo. "You should have something." Harry looked up at her. Her eyes, when she finally met his, were red-rimmed and complicated, carrying years of choices that she would spend the rest of her life with. He said, "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." She nodded, once. Then she turned and walked back down the hall, and her footsteps were quiet, which was unusual, and she did not look back. Harry sat on the floor of the cupboard with the photograph in his hands, and the core was very still, and the glow from his palms lit his parents' faces warm and gold, and outside the night was quiet and the street was quiet and the world was the size of 4 feet by 6 feet and also, somehow, exactly as large as it needed to be. He did not sleep much that night. He spent it with the photograph, and his thoughts, and the weight of tomorrow, which was not the weight of fear but the weight of arrival, the specific gravity of something that has been moving toward a destination for a long time and can finally see it. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock on September 1st, and Harry Potter was on it. He found a compartment near the rear of the train. He stowed his trunk, settled into the seat by the window, and watched the platform slide away, watched London dissolve into suburbs and then into the kind of landscape that England keeps tucked behind itself, and he felt the core do what it did when he was in motion. It ranged forward, like a dog walking ahead of its person, interested in what was coming. What was coming was Hogwarts. He could feel it, not see it, not yet, it was hours away, but the core could feel the mass of it, the deep accumulated magic of 1,000 years of concentrated learning and living. It was the most interesting thing the core had encountered in his entire life, and the core communicated this with what Harry had learned to recognize as its version of excitement, a particular quality of alertness that was like standing in a wind. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway. Bushy brown hair. Large, assessing eyes that had clearly been doing homework since approximately age 4. She looked at the compartment, then at Harry, then at the compartment again with the focused evaluation of someone performing a rapid cost-benefit analysis. "Do you mind?" she said. Everywhere else is full, or they've got toads. I don't mind, Harry said. She came in, settled herself across from him with the practiced efficiency of someone who has moved through many new spaces and made herself comfortable in all of them. She opened a book. Then she looked at Harry over the top of it in the way people look at things they've decided not to mention but keep being distracted by. You're Harry Potter, she said. Yes. I'm Hermione Granger. She said it with the precision of someone who has had their name mispronounced enough times to have decided to get ahead of it. I've read about you, obviously. Most of the books don't actually say very much. Mostly they just say you stopped you-know-who, which, the mechanism of that is very unclear, have you noticed? Nobody seems to want to explain the mechanism. It bothers me too, Harry said, which was the truth, because the core was deeply interested in the mechanism, and had been for years, and the books were useless on the subject. Hermione's expression shifted, the measured assessment becoming something warmer, the way assessments become warm when they land on something genuinely interesting. Has anyone explained it to you? Not properly, Harry said. Dumbledore might, she said, thoughtfully. Though in my experience, when powerful people have information that could be shared and choose not to share it, there's usually a reason that's more about them than about you. Harry looked at her. 10 years old, on her first day in the magical world, and she'd already accurately characterized the single most significant relationship dynamic he was going to be navigating for the foreseeable future. That, he said, is the most useful thing anyone said to me in a month. Hermione went slightly pink with pleasure, the particular pink of someone who is used to being considered clever and is not yet used to being considered genuinely useful, which is a different compliment. She went back to her book. Harry went back to the window. They rode in comfortable silence for a while, which transitioned gradually into something more like actual conversation, which transitioned into the kind of conversation that makes you periodically look up and be surprised at how much time has passed. She was, Harry found, exactly the kind of person the core found interesting, not because of what she knew, but because of how she thought. She was thorough. She was honest. She was the kind of brave that doesn't announce itself, that shows up in the willingness to say accurate things that might not be welcome. By the time the trolley came, they were in the middle of a discussion about the structure of Hogwarts's magical wards that was technically beyond either of their grade levels and which neither of them appeared to find unusual. A round-faced boy looked in the door and asked about a toad. Hermione went to help him. Harry bought chocolate frogs and looked at his mother's photograph again, briefly, tucking it away before Hermione returned with the round-faced boy, who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom and sat in the corner with the careful diffidence of someone who has learned to take up minimum space. Harry looked at him. I'm Harry, he said. I know, Neville said, then looked immediately like he wished he hadn't led with that. What's the toad's name? Harry asked. Neville blinked. Trevor. Trevor's a good name for a toad, Harry said. Better than anything I've seen on a naming list. Neville looked at him, surprised by the normalcy of it. Smiled, uncertain. Yeah, he said. I thought so too. The train moved through the darkening afternoon, and the core ranged ahead, and Hogwarts pulled at the distance like a tide. The boats were Hagrid's domain, and Harry climbed into one with Hermione, Neville, and a girl who introduced herself as Sue Lee and then went immediately back to looking at the castle with the expression of someone who might never look at anything else again. The castle. Harry had felt it coming from hours away. Now it was visible across the black water, lit from within, every tower casting reflection down into the lake, impossibly large in the way that things built with genuine intention are large. The core went absolutely, completely, electrically still in a way it never had, the stillness of a tuning fork held perfectly horizontal the moment before you strike it. Blimey, Hermione whispered beside him. Yeah, Harry said. The boats moved. The water was dark and cold and the night was clear, and around them other first years were making their own first encounters with the fact that everything they'd been told was true, and also nothing they'd been told had been quite adequate. Harry sat with his hands on the edge of the boat and felt the castle's magic reach toward him the way root systems reach toward water, not seeking, exactly, just responding to a presence that registered on some old, structural level. And then something else. Something that made the core pulse once, sharp and brief. There was something wrong at Hogwarts. Not the castle. Not the wards. Something inside the wards, contained within them, something wearing the shape of normal that the core's particular kind of attention could see through the way you see through fog when you know what you're looking for. He didn't say anything. He filed it. He would find it. The boats reached the shore, and they climbed the steps, and Hagrid knocked on a door that opened to reveal a woman in emerald robes with the bearing of someone who has assessed several thousand first years and has maintained both her standards and her patience throughout. Her eyes moved across the group and landed on Harry with the brief, practiced neutrality of a professional containing a reaction. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, because he'd read enough to know her. She held his gaze for a moment. Something in her expression did a small, private thing. Then she addressed the group and they moved inside, and the castle closed around them like a held breath, and Harry Potter walked into Hogwarts with the core blazing quietly inside him like a hearth fire in an old stone house, warm and certain and entirely at home. Chapter 3, The Sorting of an Earthquake. The ghosts arrived first. They came through the wall to Harry's left, a group of them, translucent and silver-white, mid-conversation about something that had apparently been unresolved for several centuries. They drifted through the antechamber where the first years were waiting with the casual disregard of people who have stopped finding walls interesting. A few of the first years scrambled backward. One boy made a sound that was technically a word but only barely. Harry watched them with the focused curiosity he gave to anything that represented a category of existence he hadn't previously encountered. Ghosts. The magical residue of people who had chosen, or been unable, to move on. The core felt them differently from how it felt living magic. They were like echoes, which wasn't a diminishment, just a different quality. Sound and its reflection are both real. The ghost in the rough, rotund, cheerful, the particular cheerfulness of someone who has made peace with the primary facts of their situation, drifted toward the cluster of first years with the practiced bonhomie of someone who has been doing this welcome for a very long time. "New students," he said. "Welcome, welcome. I am the Fat Friar, Hufflepuff ghost and general good fellow. Wonderful evening for a sorting, isn't it?" He stopped. He'd drifted to within a few feet of Harry, and the core had apparently made itself perceptible to him in some way, because the Fat Friar went from warm and professional to something considerably more uncertain. His translucent face went, "It's difficult to describe how a ghost goes still, because they're already largely motionless by definition, but something in his quality of presence changed." He looked at Harry. He looked at Harry's hands, specifically, which were not glowing. Harry had long since learned to keep the core's visible manifestations at a resting level unless he wanted them, but which apparently registered as something to a ghost's perception. "Oh," the Fat Friar said, very quietly. "Oh my." "Hello," Harry said. The Fat Friar stopped. Restarted. "You're carrying something very old, young man." "I know," Harry said. The Fat Friar looked at him for another moment, and then did something Harry didn't expect. He bowed. Not deeply, not formally, but with the unmistakable intention of the gesture. Then he straightened, or what passed for straightening in a ghost, and his cheerful expression came back, but it sat differently on his face now, with more underneath it. "The castle will be glad of you," he said, and moved off, and Hermione, who was standing next to Harry, said quietly, "What was that about?" "I'm not entirely sure," Harry said, which was partially true. He understood the what. The why a 500-year-old ghost would bow to an 11-year-old, that was the part he was still working out. Neville, on his other side, had watched the exchange with wide eyes. "Did that ghost just bow to you?" "Seemed like it," Harry said. "Huh," Neville said, with the tone of someone adding an item to a mental list that is getting long. McGonagall returned and collected them, and the antechamber emptied into the Great Hall, and the Great Hall, Harry had read about it, Hermione had described it to him in some detail on the train, and none of that was preparation for the actual thing. For long tables, hundreds of students, the enchanted ceiling doing its business with the night sky. The candlelight of several hundred floating candles. The moment Harry crossed the threshold, every candle in the hall turned blue. Not gradually. Not one by one. All of them, simultaneously, the same deep midnight blue that sat somewhere between indigo and the color of sky at 3 in the morning. For approximately 30 seconds, the entire great hall was lit in blue-white candlelight that turned every face strange and clean and somehow more honest. Then they went back to gold. The silence in the hall was absolute for the 3 seconds between the change and the return. Then it broke into sound, not panic, but the excited, urgent noise of several hundred people all deciding to ask the person next to them what just happened. At the staff table, Harry saw professors exchange looks, some alarmed, some fascinated, one elderly woman he didn't recognize yet making a sound that might have been either distress or wonder. At the center of the staff table, Dumbledore sat with his hands folded and his expression doing the thing it apparently did, the thing that looked like serenity and had something significantly more active underneath it. He looked at Harry with the steady attention of someone who has been waiting for this moment and is now cataloging how it differs from his expectations. Harry looked at him back. They held that for a moment, old man, young boy, across the length of the great hall, and the air between them had a quality that several nearby students, who would remember it years later, would struggle to describe. Not threatening. Not warm. Something more fundamental than either. The meeting of two very different kinds of attention. Then McGonagall said, briskly, "When I call your name, come forward and sit on the stool. The hat will be placed on your head and it will announce your house," and the moment collapsed back into the normal proceedings, and Harry turned his attention to the front of the hall where a stool sat with a remarkably battered, patched old hat on top of it. The hat opened a tear near its brim, which was its mouth, Harry gathered, and it sang. It was a good song, actually. Well-structured, genuinely witty in places, doing more thematic work than its form suggested. Harry listened to it with the same attention he gave the ghost and the castle and grip hook and everything else, not passive, not performed, actually listening. The hat described the houses and their values in the particular way of things that have spent 1,000 years observing, with more complexity than the marketing version, more texture. It described Gryffindor's bravery as existing alongside recklessness. It described Slytherin's ambition as existing alongside a survival instinct that was not always pretty but was always honest. It described Ravenclaw's wisdom as occasionally becoming detachment, and Hufflepuff's loyalty as the only virtue it had never seen go seriously wrong, said with the affection of something that has paid attention for a long time. Harry thought the hat had probably learned more from the students than the founders had put into it. The sorting began. Harry stood at the back with the other first years and watched names get called and children get sorted, tracking the choices the way he tracked everything, not for information specifically, just as a practice of attention. He watched Hermione go to Gryffindor with an expression of fierce satisfaction. He watched Neville go to Gryffindor with an expression of pure relief. He watched Draco Malfoy sit on the stool and the hat barely touch his head before it shouted, "Slytherin," which seemed to please everyone at the Slytherin table and surprise no one including Draco. Draco, sitting at the Slytherin table, caught Harry's eye across the hall. Harry gave him a slight nod. Draco returned it with the carefully calibrated gesture of someone managing several social audiences simultaneously. Potter, Harry. The hall did what crowds do when something they've been anticipating finally happens. It went quiet before the noise, the held breath before the sound. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and the hat was placed on his head. It dropped over his eyes immediately, which told him it was large for his head, which told him the hat was sized for adults and had been for 1,000 years, and he was amused by that briefly before the hat spoke. Not in his ear. In a specific space that existed between thinking and hearing, a space the core had mapped as part of its general survey of his internal architecture. The hat spoke in that space, and the core registered the intrusion, not aggressively, just noting it, the way you note someone walking into a room. "Well," said the hat, and its inner voice was very old and very dry and carried the specific flavor of something that has seen everything and has opinions about most of it. "That's different." Hello, Harry said, silently. A soul core. Anima nucleus. The hat sounded like someone finding a word they haven't had occasion to use in a very long time. I haven't met one of these since, well. Since the last one. Which was in this very castle, as it happens. Rowena Ravenclaw, Harry said. You've done your reading. Approval, dry and genuine. She and I had quite a conversation, during her sorting. Longer than most. Though she'd argue I sorted her rather than the other way around. A pause. You're going to be difficult. I'm not trying to be, Harry said. No. That's what makes you difficult. The hat seemed to be doing something, not choosing, Harry thought, but mapping. Running through territory it hadn't expected to find. You don't need me to tell you where you belong. The core already knows. Then what are you doing? Harry asked, genuinely curious. I'm arguing with it, the hat said, with the tone of something that finds this situation both frustrating and delightful. Because my function is to sort students into houses, and your core is telling me that you are not a sorting problem. That you will be what you are regardless of where I put you. That's probably true, Harry said. This is extremely unusual, the hat said. Most students, even very strong ones, have adjustability. They can lean one way or another. You are like a river that has already found its bed. I can name which bank you run closest to, but I cannot change the course. Which bank? Harry asked. The one that runs toward courage, the hat said. Not because you're particularly fearless, you have your fears, I can see them. But because when you encounter something that frightens you, the core's response is to move toward it rather than away. That's the Gryffindor answer. It's always the Gryffindor answer. Another pause. Though Ravenclaw would serve you. Slytherin would serve you. Even Hufflepuff, the loyalty, the patience, but... Harry said. But the core doesn't care about serving, the hat said. It cares about direction. And its direction is, toward, Harry said. Silence in the inner space. Then, yes. Toward. The hat settled. I'm going to say Gryffindor. But I want you to know that I'm saying it because it's the closest available description of what you are, not because it defines you. You are not a Gryffindor who happens to have a soul core. You are a soul core who happens to be sorting into Gryffindor. I understand the distinction, Harry said. I know you do. That's part of what makes you difficult, Harry said. Remarkable, the hat corrected, with something that, for a sorting hat, was almost fond. Now let me do my job. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted. The noise was enormous and genuine, the way Gryffindor's noise always was, unmanaged, warm, slightly chaotic. Percy Weasley, who was prefect and therefore sitting nearest the front, began leading the applause with the practiced enthusiasm of someone who had prepared for this moment. The twins, Fred and George, started a rhythmic stomping that the rest of the table picked up with enthusiasm. And then something else happened. The candles were still gold. But the flames, all of them, in the great hall, in the candles closest to Harry's trajectory from stool to table, grew. Not alarmingly. Not dangerously. But visibly, unmistakably, every flame standing up 2 inches taller, burning with the particular steadiness of fires that have decided they'd like to make a point. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down next to Hermione, who slid the hat along to the next student and said, quietly, in the voice she used when she was being precise, the candles did something again. They did, Harry agreed. They did it when you walked in too. I know. Is that, she stopped herself. Looked at him. Apparently decided something. Tell me later. Yes, Harry said. The sorting finished. The headmaster stood. Harry looked at Dumbledore as he rose, and Dumbledore looked at Harry, and Dumbledore smiled, the genuine, warm, specifically Dumbledore's smile that had convinced more people of more things over more decades than possibly any other expression in wizarding history. Harry received it with the equanimity of someone who has spent 5 years developing a working understanding of the difference between what a person projects and what they mean. He did not smile back. Not coldly. Not rudely. He simply acknowledged it, the way you acknowledge weather, noting it, not being changed by it. Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted. Only slightly. Only someone paying close attention would have seen it. But Harry was paying close attention, and what he saw was the expression of a man who had just received new information and was adjusting his model. "Welcome," Dumbledore said, "to the hall," and spread his arms, "to another year at Hogwarts." The feast was extraordinary, and Harry ate with the focus of someone who has never had quite enough food and has decided to approach abundance as a practical problem. Hermione, who had apparently been raised in a household where food was reliable, was more interested in the magic of the food's appearance than in the food itself. Neville ate steadily, found his toad had somehow appeared on the bench beside him, and looked happier than he had all evening. Ron Weasley, who Harry had been introduced to in the general crush of the table introductions, ate with the efficient dedication of someone with 5 brothers and had the pragmatic relationship to food that produces. Ron was interesting. He had the particular mix of bravado and genuine uncertainty that showed up in people who've spent their whole life surrounded by achievers and have decided the safest response is to be loudest. He was warm, though, in the specific way of someone who has always had plenty of people around him and has therefore never quite learned to be cold. He looked at Harry with the starstruck quality that Harry had already begun to identify and sidestep, but underneath it was something more ordinary and likable, a boy who wanted a friend and was covering it with references to Harry's famous scar. "Does it hurt?" Ron asked, about the scar. "When, like, does it ever?" "Not really," Harry said. "Sometimes. It's more like a reminder." "Of what?" Harry considered this. "That things happened before I was old enough to understand them," he said, "and I'll spend my life figuring out what." Ron looked at him. Yeah. He seemed to not quite have a follow-up, and filled the gap with a chicken leg, and Harry decided he liked Ron Weasley. Percy Weasley, from 3 seats up, leaned down to say something formally welcoming to Harry that Harry acknowledged with genuine courtesy, noting privately that Percy was the kind of person who performed confidence because he wasn't sure the real thing was available. The twins, Fred and George, leaned across Ron simultaneously and said, in near unison, "So you're the one who made the candles go blue, and, we saw a 3rd year try to do that with a spell in 2nd year and he couldn't manage it," and then competed briefly over who got to say, "Welcome to Gryffindor," first. Harry said he was glad to be there, and meant it in the complicated, specific way that he meant most things. After the feast, Dumbledore stood again. He said the things headmasters say at the start of term, which Harry listened to for the structural information, filtering out the ceremony. He noted, the Forbidden Forest was forbidden. The 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was restricted this year specifically. Quidditch tryouts, something in his chest that the core apparently filed under yes, that when the word was spoken, which he noted with mild interest. He noted the general energy of the caveat about the 3rd-floor corridor, which was the specific energy of a false warning, designed to sound like a real warning while actually functioning as an invitation. He filed that too. Then Dumbledore said, "Good night," and McGonagall led the Gryffindors out of the hall and up through the castle. Harry walked through Hogwarts for the first time and felt the castle walk around him like a living thing, which it partially was. 1,000 years of accumulated intention and occupation had given the stones a quality that lived somewhere between matter and meaning. The core ranged through it with the eager, precise attention of a hand running along a very interesting wall. Portraits moved. Staircases shifted. Ghosts drifted. The castle contained multitudes. He was going to love it here. He felt that with the certainty of the core, which had no patience for hedging. He found the problem on the 3rd night. He'd been systematically mapping the castle, not deliberately, the core just did it, the way it mapped everything, building a model of the space from magical resonances the way echolocation builds a model from sound. He'd done the first and second floors on the first night, the third through fifth on the second. On the third night he reached the seventh floor, and the map the core was building bumped into something that wasn't right. It was near the third floor corridor. He lay in his four-poster in the first-year dormitory and tracked the wrongness with the focused attention of someone who has learned to trust the core's assessments. Wrong was too simple a word. More precisely, there was something on the third floor that had the magical signature of something that was trying not to have a magical signature, which was itself a kind of signature if you knew how to read it. Something wearing the shape of empty space. He got up at 2 in the morning, pulled his clothes on, and went to look. The castle at night was different from the castle in the day, quieter, obviously, but also more itself. Without the populated noise of several hundred students, Hogwarts' own voice was clearer. The core navigated it without difficulty, and Harry walked with the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly where they are. He reached the third-floor corridor and walked it, and found the locked door, and put his hand flat against it, and the core read it the way it read everything, through the wood, through the lock, through the space beyond. Beyond the door, a large room. And in that room, something enormous with 3 heads was asleep, and below that something enormous, beneath it, at the base of a trapdoor, something that radiated old, structured, deliberate magic. Multiple enchantments layered over each other like pages of a book, each one put there by a different hand. He could name the hands. McGonagall's charm, he'd felt her magic and could identify it. Flitwick's. Sprout's. Someone else, someone older, not a teacher, whose magic felt like calculation wearing Patience's clothes. And beneath all of those, the thing itself, which burned with a specific signature he'd have to think carefully about. He stood at the door for a long time. Then he heard footsteps, quiet, deliberate, coming from the wrong end of the corridor, from the direction that shouldn't have anyone in it at this hour. He didn't move. He turned, and stood, and waited. Professor Quirrell came around the corner. He was wearing his turban, which Harry had noticed at the feast and which the core had noted as anomalous, because turbans were not typical teaching attire in Scottish magical schools, and the specific signature of the magic associated with it was, the core hit a wall. Not literally. It was the first time Harry had encountered this, a space in the magical landscape that was not merely empty but deliberately, actively obscured. Like a hole in the map. Like sound being absorbed by something designed to absorb it. The core pushed against the edge of the hole and found that the hole had edges, which meant the hole was shaped, which meant someone had made it, which meant the person wearing the turban had something in or around the turban that was generating a sustained, sophisticated anti-perception field. That was not the magic of a defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry stood in the corridor in the dark and looked at Quirrell, and Quirrell looked at him, and they stood there for a moment in the specific quality of silence that falls between two people who have both understood, simultaneously, that neither of them should be here, and that one of them knows more about the situation than the other, and neither of them is sure yet which is which. "Mr. Peapotter," Quirrell said. His stammer was consistent and practiced, which was not the same as real. "Out of bed after hours." "Professor," Harry said. "Same question." Quirrell blinked. The blink was the first thing that didn't match, too controlled for a startled response, too careful. "I was doing my rounds," Quirrell said. "The rounds go the other direction," Harry said. "I've watched the patrol pattern for 3 nights." Silence. Quirrell looked at him. In the dark, in the corridor, with the core pressing against the boundary of the obscured space around the man's head, Harry felt something he hadn't encountered before, a secondary presence. A ghost of a thing, not like the castle ghosts, not residue. A consciousness. Something alive and extremely old, wearing the back of a man like a coat. The core went very, very still. In the way it went still when it encountered something significant. "You should be in bed," Quirrell said. "You're right," Harry said, agreeably. "Good night, Professor." He turned and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, at a normal pace, and did not look back. He heard Quirrell stand in the corridor for another 30 seconds before moving off, and he tracked the man's steps until they were out of range, and then he thought carefully about everything the core had just told him. There was something in the third-floor corridor that multiple professors had hidden together. There was a man on the staff who was walking the corridor at 2 in the morning with a second consciousness riding him. The second consciousness had a signature that was not quite alive and not quite dead, fragmented, ancient, furious, and pointed toward the thing behind the locked door like a compass needle toward north. Harry climbed back through the portrait hole, sat on his bed, and thought for a while. Then he picked up a piece of parchment and began, in small, neat handwriting, to make a list. The first week of classes confirmed several things. Charms, Flitwick was excellent, the real kind of excellent that comes from genuine understanding rather than performed authority. He saw Harry's wand work on the first levitation exercise and his eyes did the thing Ollivander's eyes had done, and he marked something in his ledger with the specific care of a man making a note he intends to revisit. Transfiguration, McGonagall was rigorous in the specific way of someone who respects the subject too much to make it easy. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first try, cleanly and completely, and McGonagall looked at it for a moment and said, again. The other end, and Harry reversed it, needle back to match, without the match gaining any of the needle's qualities. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then she said, to the class, Mr. Potter has demonstrated what we'll be working toward by the end of term, which was accurate and also revealed, to Harry, that McGonagall was not going to make exceptions, she was going to hold everyone to the standard his existence established, which was both fair and slightly challenging for the rest of his class. He liked her for it. Astronomy was interesting for reasons the subject alone didn't account for. The core had developed, over 5 years of sitting in a cupboard and ranging outward, a working knowledge of the sky's magical topography, the way that celestial positions affected magical currents at the ground level. He had questions about this that the curriculum wouldn't reach for years, and he asked them after class, and the astronomy professor looked at him with the expression Hagrid had described as not what I expected and said she'd pull some additional texts. History of magic was a ghost teaching. Professor Binns had presumably died at his desk at some point and had simply continued, which Harry thought was either profoundly dedicated or profoundly inadvisable. The class was narcoleptic. Harry sat in the back and read the additional astronomy texts. Defense against the dark arts was Quirrell. Harry sat in the front row. Quirrell taught with the stammer and the nervous energy of someone performing nervousness, and the class found him mildly pitiable, which was exactly what the performance was designed to produce. Harry sat in the front row and listened to every word and watched Quirrell's face with the calm, systematic attention he usually reserved for the castle's structural magic. Quirrell was good at this. The performance was consistent, internally coherent, well-maintained. But a performance is always a performance, and the core could read the difference between a man who was nervous and a man who was managing a consciousness that occasionally pushed against the inside of him like a tide against a breakwater. Harry watched the moments when Quirrell's face went slightly blank, a half-second of absence that was always followed by a micro-expression of something that was either pain or effort, and mapped those moments against the content of what he was saying. Quirrell was telling them the truth, mostly. That was what made it interesting. The nervous professor routine was cover, but the actual content of the defense curriculum was accurate and well organized. Which meant the second consciousness, whatever was on the back of Quirrell's head, wanted these children to learn actual defensive magic. That was not the behavior of something that planned to leave them alone. After the first defense class, Harry stayed behind while everyone else filed out. Quirrell was at the blackboard, erasing it with slightly more focus than the task required. Harry sat in his chair and watched. "You have a question, Mr. Potter?" Quirrell asked, without turning around. "Several," Harry said. "But I'll only ask one today." Quirrell turned. His eyes were better controlled than most of his expressions, which told Harry that the eyes were where Quirrell concentrated his performance resources, because people looked at eyes. "What Q question is that?" "What's actually on the third floor?" Harry said. Quirrell went still in a way that had nothing to do with his personality, performed or actual. The stammer was absent for exactly 3 seconds. Then it came back and he said, whatever Professor Dumbledore has decided to. I'm not asking what Dumbledore decided, Harry said. I'm asking what the object is. Specifically. Quiet. Something happened in Quirrell's face. It was like watching two things fight for the same space. The nervous professor won, marginally. You shouldn't know about that, he said, and the stammer was almost gone now, replaced with something colder. Probably not, Harry agreed. He stood, picked up his bag. See you Thursday, Professor. He walked out, and in the corridor he listened to the quality of Quirrell's stillness behind the closed door, the specific stillness of someone reporting, internally, to something that was listening. Good. He wanted the thing listening. He wanted it to know that the thing it was looking for, the thing it had driven Quirrell down the corridor at 2 in the morning to be near, it was not alone in the building. Snape's first potions class was on a Friday. The dungeon was cold and smelled the way dungeons do when they've been used for serious chemistry for a very long time, complex, sharp, the accumulated evidence of 1,000 experiments. Harry sat at a table with Hermione, who had already read the textbook twice and was doing the specific type of sitting that people do when they're ready to answer every question and are exercising significant restraint. Snape entered without ceremony and began taking the register with the brisk economy of someone who considers ceremony a waste of time he could spend on something else. He reached Harry's name and paused. A pause of approximately 1 second, which was 1 second longer than any other name. He looked up. Harry had been curious about Snape. The Corps had given him, from the moment of its awakening, a sense of the people paying attention to him, and Snape had been paying attention for 5 years, differently from Dumbledore's watching. Where Dumbledore's attention had the quality of a chess player tracking a piece, Snape's attention had the quality of a scholar tracking a problem. Not impersonal, Harry didn't think Snape was capable of impersonal, but organized. Systematic. Harry looked at Snape and the Corps assessed him with the same attention it gave to everything that mattered. What it found, extraordinary control, top to bottom. The most disciplined internal landscape he'd encountered in a person, everything organized and kept behind glass, visible but untouchable. Under the control, a mind that moved with the speed and precision of someone for whom thinking was the primary mode of existence. Under that, multiple layers of things that had happened to this man and that the man had decided, at various points, to put somewhere and not revisit. Several of those layers were related to Harry, indirectly, in ways the Corps could feel without being able to map precisely. And beneath all of it, the layer that surprised Harry, genuine curiosity. Not about Harry's fame, or the Soul Corps' power. About what Harry was, about the theoretical underpinning of it, about the implications, about what it meant for everything Snape had spent years understanding about magic. Snape was, below all the control and the history, a man who found things genuinely fascinating and found most social interactions an unsatisfying compromise between honesty and function. Harry found him immediately interesting. Potter, Snape said, and his voice was exactly what his magic felt like, controlled, precise, carrying more than it showed. Our new celebrity. The class went slightly tense. Hermione, next to Harry, straightened slightly in the way of someone bracing for something. Harry said, "Professor Snape." Snape looked at him. The celebrity line had been a test, a social pressure to see how Harry would respond. Embarrassment? Bravado? Deflection? Harry had responded with simple, accurate address, neutral in tone, meeting Snape's eyes without challenge or submission. Something crossed Snape's face. It was there and gone in under a second, but Harry caught it. Interest. Real interest, the kind that the practiced indifference was failing to fully cover. Let's see if your fame is matched by your abilities, Snape said, turning to the class. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry had read the textbook. He'd also read 3 other potions texts, because the Corps had identified potions, specifically the intersection of precise chemistry and magical intention, as a discipline with significant unexplored theoretical depth. He answered the asphodel and wormwood question, and the bezoar question, and the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane question. He answered them in the specific, careful way of someone who knows the answer but is also aware that the questions are not actually about potions, they're about him, about what he knows and how he carries it. Snape watched him answer each question with an expression that was getting harder to read, which Harry thought probably meant it was becoming more honest. The harder a controlled person works to control an expression, usually, the more the expression matters. When Harry answered the third question, Snape said, 5 points to Gryffindor, in the tone of someone awarding points against their better judgment. They brewed a simple boil-cure potion. Harry's was, at the end of class, technically perfect, correct color, correct consistency, correct smell. He knew it was correct because the core could feel the interaction of the ingredients the way you can feel a well-made argument, the logic of it sitting properly, nothing unresolved. At the end of class, when the dungeon was emptying, Snape looked at Harry's cauldron. He looked at it for a moment. Then he said, very quietly, so only Harry could hear, "Your mother was an exceptional potions student." Harry looked at him. Snape's face was doing nothing visually remarkable, but the quality of the stillness behind it was different, not controlled. Suspended. Like a breath being held. "I know," Harry said, "that you knew her." A silence that had weight. "Most things at this school," Harry said, also quietly, "are not what they appear to be. I think you know that better than most." He picked up his bag. "I'd like to talk with you properly at some point. When you want to." He left. Behind him, Snape stood at the cauldron for a moment, and Harry didn't need to look to know that the expression Snape was currently wearing was one that he'd have to spend a significant amount of time putting back in the correct arrangement. The Quidditch tryout was not a tryout. It was an accident, technically. Harry was walking back from the library. He'd been checking out 3 additional books on magical resonance theory, which the library had in a section that appeared to see infrequent use, when he heard the distinct sound of a sports accident occurring on the pitch. He looked across the grounds from his vantage point near the edge of the lake and saw a Gryffindor second year come off a broom, the broom spinning away on its own, and 12 more feet before anyone on the pitch reacted. Harry put the books down on the grass next to the lake, pointed his wand at the falling student, and caught him. Not with a cushioning charm. The standard cushioning charm worked on the landing surface. What Harry did was reach out with the core, extend it through the wand, wrap the boy in something that wasn't quite a summoning charm and wasn't quite a stasis field and wasn't quite anything that had a name in the standard curriculum. It was what it needed to be, which was stop with very gentle hands, and the boy decelerated over about 6 feet of air and arrived on the ground at walking speed, looked confused, looked at Harry across the pitch, and said, "Bloody hell." Harry picked his books back up. Oliver Wood, who was the Gryffindor Quidditch captain and who had been the adult on the pitch who hadn't reacted fast enough, came running across the grass with the specific momentum of someone running toward both crisis and opportunity. He was a third year with the build of someone who would eventually be quite large and was currently working on it, and his expression combined massive relief and massive excitement in a ratio that was very Oliver Wood. "That was incredible," he said, arriving in front of Harry. "What was that spell?" "I've never seen, did you just, from this distance?" "I caught him," Harry said. "From 200 yards. Mid-air. Without a broom." Wood stared at him. "Are you a Quidditch player?" "I've never been on a broom," Harry said. Wood looked physically pained by this. How are you not on a broom?" "You need to be on a broom." "I need you on a broom." "Harry, can I call you Harry?" "Harry, I need you to try out for the team." "I'm a first year," Harry said. "First years don't play." "There's no rule that says they can't," Wood said immediately, with the energy of someone who has looked into this. "There's no explicit prohibition in the school's official, there's precedent," Harry said. "Precedent isn't a rule," Wood said. Harry looked at him. He looked at the pitch. He looked at the second year, who was sitting on the grass looking at his own hands with the expression of someone processing a near-death experience. He thought about the core's response to the word Quidditch at the start of term feast, that small emphatic pulse. "I'll try the broom," he said. Not a commitment. Just a try. Wood's face did something that was mostly joy and partly religious experience. The broom they gave him was a school Nimbus, older, not particularly fast by competitive standards, but functional. Harry stood next to it, looked at it. The core examined it with interest. Brooms were enchanted objects, and enchanted objects had a specific signature that told you how they'd been made. This one had been made by someone who understood magical aerodynamics at a structural level, and had embedded in it an intention that aligned with the rider's intention, which was elegant engineering. He put his hand over it and said, "Up," and it came up immediately, without the slight wobble most people got on the first call. It came up like a dog greeting someone it already trusts. He mounted it. He pushed off. He did not fall. He did not wobble. He did not have the lurching, overcorrecting first flight of someone figuring out the physics. He went up, and the core interfaced with the broom's enchantment the way it interfaced with everything it found genuinely compatible, and he went across the pitch at about 60 miles an hour on his first attempt, pulled up into a vertical climb that other riders would have needed a year to attempt, and came back around in a banking curve that would, from the ground, watched with the expression of a man watching a prophecy be fulfilled. He landed next to Wood, who was making sounds that were technically language but mostly just vowels. "I have one condition," Harry said. "Anything," Wood said immediately. "I play when I want to play," Harry said. "I attend practice when I can. I don't skip anything important for Quidditch." "Of course," Wood said. "And Neville Longbottom gets a broom." Wood blinked. "What?" "He's been told he's bad at flying," Harry said. "He needs time on a broom with someone who'll actually help him, not laugh at him. Can you do that?" Wood was a Quidditch person, fundamentally, which meant he approached most problems through the lens of what they could contribute to Quidditch. He looked at Harry, and he looked toward the castle where Neville Longbottom was presumably doing homework with his toad, and he made the calculation of someone who has correctly identified which of these things he actually cares about. "I can do that," he said. "Then yes," Harry said. "I'll play." He handed the broom back and picked up his books and walked back toward the castle, and behind him Wood stood in the middle of the pitch and shouted, "Yes," at a volume that startled several birds from a nearby tree and caused the groundskeeper, at the far end of the grounds, to look up in alarm. That evening, in the Gryffindor common room, Dumbledore came to visit. Not officially, not with ceremony. He appeared in the portrait hole in the way he appeared in most places, as if his being there was simply the logical conclusion of events, made inevitable by the nature of things. He spoke briefly with Percy Weasley about prefect matters, chatted with a group of third-year girls about their transfiguration project, accepted a biscuit from someone's care package, and made his way, in the general, gradual way of a man who simply ends up places rather than going to them, to the chair near the fire where Harry was reading. He sat down in the chair across from Harry with the ease of someone for whom comfort in any environment is a practiced skill. Harry put his book down. They looked at each other for a moment, and then Dumbledore said, "The candles, I thought, were a particularly nice touch." "I didn't do that on purpose," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "The most impressive things rarely are." He folded his hands over his knees. His half-moon spectacles caught the firelight. "How are you finding Hogwarts?" "Everything I expected," Harry said. "And some things I didn't." "Good things?" "Mixed," Harry said honestly. Dumbledore accepted this with a nod that acknowledged its accuracy. "I owe you an apology," he said, without preamble, without the usual circling approach. Harry noted the directness. It was a choice. Dumbledore was choosing honesty as a tactic, which did not make it dishonest, but did mean that the honest thing was also the strategic thing, and that the two were not separable. "For the Dursleys," Harry said. "For the Dursleys," Dumbledore confirmed. "And for the silence. I watched you, at a distance, when I should have," he paused. "I told myself it was protection. That the blood wards required your presence there. That disrupting the arrangement would endanger you." He looked at the fire. Those things were true. They were also convenient. Harry looked at him. I know that you know what I am, he said. What the core is. Dumbledore met his eyes. Yes. And I know that it changes your plans, Harry said. Whatever you had planned for the situation, it assumes a certain kind of person, with a certain kind of power, who can be oriented toward a goal. A silence. You're not wrong, Dumbledore said quietly. I'm not angry about it, Harry said. Which was true. You were working with the information you had. You couldn't have predicted this. He picked up his book again, held it in his lap. But I want you to understand something. Whatever needs to happen, with Voldemort, with the thing on the third floor, with all of it, I'm going to be involved because I choose to be. Not because I'm following a plan. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The firelight made his face look older and also more genuine, stripped of the performed wisdom, down to the actual wisdom, which was quieter and less comfortable and more real. You know about the third floor, he said. Yes. How long? Third night, Harry said. Another silence. The object there, Dumbledore said carefully, is being kept safe while more permanent arrangements are made. It is a target. There are people who want it. One person, Harry said. And he's already in the building. The fire popped. Somewhere across the common room, the twins started arguing about something with the cheerful energy of people who enjoy arguing. Dumbledore said, I see. I'm not going to do anything about it yet, Harry said. There's more to learn first. He looked at Dumbledore. But when I do, it'll be because I've decided it's time. Not because the plan requires it. Dumbledore looked at him, this 11-year-old boy with a 1,000-year-old fire behind his eyes, and his expression did the complicated private thing that Harry had watched it do across the great hall at the start of term feast. Then I will, Dumbledore said at last, try very hard to be someone worth telling. Harry nodded. He opened his book. Dumbledore sat for another few minutes, then rose, and moved through the common room with the easy, warm authority he wore like a second skin, and disappeared back through the portrait hole. Hermione materialized from a nearby table, where she had been performing the elaborate fiction of studying while clearly tracking the conversation. She sat in the chair Dumbledore had vacated. She looked at Harry. Right, she said. Now you have to tell me everything. Where do you want to start? Harry asked. The beginning, she said. But quickly. I'll tell you if you need to slow down. Harry looked at her, at the fierce, brilliant, loyal attention of her, at the core's assessment of Hermione Granger which had been updating steadily since the train and was currently reading someone who will always do what the right thing is, even when it costs her, and he said, okay. So. It started on my 5th birthday, in a cupboard. Chapter 4, What Voldemort Sent. Quirrell started leaving notes. Not literally. Not paper in corridors or messages slipped under doors. The notes were behavioral, tiny, careful adjustments to his routine that Harry catalogued the way you catalog changes in weather. A window left open in the defense classroom on Tuesday evenings. A particular route through the dungeons that brought him within 40 feet of the third-floor corridor without technically being in it. The way his gaze moved across the great hall at mealtimes, not randomly, not following conversation, moving in a slow, methodical sweep that always terminated at Harry, for precisely 2 seconds, before moving elsewhere. Quirrell was building a map of Harry's habits. Harry found this professionally interesting. He didn't discuss it with Dumbledore. He had exactly 2 conversations with Dumbledore since the night by the fire, both initiated by the headmaster, both polite and substantive and slightly careful in the way of conversations between people who are working out the terms of a relationship. He didn't discuss it with McGonagall. He told Hermione on a Wednesday in October, while they were ostensibly working on an astronomy chart in the common room, because Hermione had become, in 6 weeks, the person he thought most clearly with. He's mapping your movements, she said, not looking up from her chart. Yes. Which means he's planning something that requires knowing where you'll be. Or knowing where I won't be, Harry said. Which is more useful if the thing he wants is in a fixed location? Hermione looked up at that. Her eyes did the quick lateral movement they did when she was updating a model. The third floor. He's been patient, Harry said. Whatever's on the back of his head, it's been patient for a long time. It can wait for the right moment. The right moment being when you're not paying attention, Hermione said. Or when it thinks I'm not, Harry said. She looked at him. You're going to let it happen. Part of it, Harry said. I want to see what he does. How he approaches the protections. What he's actually capable of with whatever's helping him. He paused. And I want it to see me see it. I want it to know I know. Why? Hermione asked. Not skeptically. She was genuinely asking, tracking his reasoning. Because it's been afraid of me since my 5th birthday, Harry said. Whatever Voldemort is now, whatever's left of him, he felt the core wake up. All the dark wizards in Britain did. I know that. He'd pieced this together from the old texts, from the De Nucleo Anime, from the core's own memory of that night. He sent Quirrell here partly for the object on the 3rd floor, and partly to assess me. To find out if what he felt is as significant as it seemed. And is it? Hermione asked. Harry looked at her steadily. Yes. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded, once, the nod of someone who has asked a question and received an honest answer and is proceeding accordingly. So you want him to know the assessment came back positive. I want him to stop wondering, Harry said, and start knowing. Because an enemy who knows your strength makes different decisions than one who's estimating it. And I can work with the decisions of something I can predict. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that's very cold-blooded for someone who's 11. Is it wrong? Harry asked. She considered it properly, which was what he valued about her. She didn't reflexively agree with him, and she didn't reflexively push back. She thought. No, she said finally. It's not wrong. It's just, most people would try to stop him before he got close to the thing. Most people don't know what the thing is yet, Harry said. Hermione set her quill down. Do you? I have a theory, Harry said. Tell me what you know about Nicholas Flamel. The expression that moved through Hermione's face at the mention of a name she hadn't yet connected to the current situation was the expression of someone watching a puzzle piece fit, surprise, then the focused, delighted intensity of a mind running fast. She picked up her quill and pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward her. Give me 2 days, she said. Nicholas Flamel took her 1 day and 16 hours. She came to breakfast on a Friday with the energy of someone who has slept 4 hours because the alternative was stopping, and she sat across from Harry and said, without preamble, the Philosopher's Stone. It's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it? He made it. Flamel made it. And the stone produces the elixir of life, which means what's in that room is literally the only thing in existence that could. She stopped herself. Looked at Harry. Voldemort. He needs a body. He needs to live again. Yes, Harry said. Ron, who was sitting next to Harry and had been eating toast with the focused dedication of someone who has 5 older brothers and has learned to eat quickly, looked up. He'd been listening. Harry had noticed that Ron listened more than he spoke, which was the opposite of his surface impression, and that what he did with the listening was more interesting than most people gave him credit for. So what we've got upstairs, Ron said, is basically what's keeping you-know-who from coming back. Yes, Harry said. Ron put his toast down. He looked at the ceiling, as if he could see through it to the 3rd floor. Then he looked at Harry with the steady, direct gaze that showed up when Ron stopped performing confidence and was just being it. Right, he said. So what do we do? Harry looked at them both. Hermione, who had clearly been running scenarios since approximately 2 in the morning. Ron, who had just walked up to a very large problem and asked what they were doing about it, with no visible drama. He felt the core pulse once, warm and certain. These two. Yes. These two. For now, Harry said, we watch. We learn the shape of it. We make sure we're not surprised. He looked at Ron. And you should know, this is going to get more complicated before it resolves. You don't have to be part of it. Ron gave him the look of someone who finds the suggestion mildly offensive. You're my friend, he said, as if this were both the beginning and the end of the relevant logic. Harry accepted this. November brought the Quidditch season and several things it was easier to think about separately. The Slytherin match was first, which meant Harry's debut was high stakes in the specific way that Hogwarts things were high stakes, contained, publicly visible, and carrying the emotional weight of interhouse dynamics that went back decades. Oliver Wood had run 3 weeks of practices that Harry attended when his schedule allowed and which Wood found simultaneously satisfying and slightly destabilizing, because Harry practiced the way he did everything, not to learn, but to refine what was already there, which was a different process and looked different from the outside. The morning of the match, Hermione found him at breakfast and said, without any of her usual measured delivery, "Your broom is jinxed." Harry looked at her. "How do you know?" "I asked it," she said, which was not exactly what she meant but was the quickest approximation. She'd borrowed a spell from a fourth-year text, something that read the enchantment signature of objects, a diagnostic charm the textbook described as third-year level, and run it on Harry's nimbus before breakfast. There's an additional enchantment on it that wasn't there last week. It's not standard broom maintenance magic. She pulled out a piece of parchment, showed him the diagnostic read. "I don't know exactly what this does but it's not good and it wasn't there before." Harry looked at the parchment. He read it. The core read it. It was a destabilization charm, subtle, elegant, designed to activate under specific conditions rather than continuously, which was why it hadn't been detected in the routine equipment checks. It would trigger when the broom reached a certain altitude in combination with a specific angular velocity, the kind of combination that occurred naturally in a seeker's dive. At that point, the broom would vibrate at a frequency that no rider could maintain grip through. Nicely made, he thought. Sophisticated enchanting. Someone who knew brooms well, knew seeker flight patterns specifically, and had access to the broom between last Tuesday and this morning. "Quirrell," Hermione said. "Almost certainly," Harry said. "So we tell McGonagall and—" "No," Harry said. She looked at him. "Not yet," he said. "I want to know something first. I want to know whether Quirrell is acting independently or under specific instruction. Because if Voldemort ordered this," he paused. "That's a different kind of information than if Quirrell decided it himself." "You want to play on the jinxed broom," Hermione said flatly. "I want to play on the jinxed broom until the jinx activates," Harry said, "and then I want to handle it in a way that removes any ambiguity about what I'm capable of. Publicly." He met her eyes. "The answer Voldemort sent Quirrell here to find, I want to make sure Quirrell goes back with the right one." Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at him with the expression she wore when she was doing something she found professionally uncomfortable and was doing it anyway because the reasoning was sound. "If you fall off that broom," she said carefully, "I'm going to be very annoyed with you." "I won't fall off the broom," Harry said. That's not reassuring from the person about to deliberately ride a jinxed broom. "It's accurate though," he said. She pressed her lips together. "Fine. But I'm watching Quirrell during the match. If he starts a counter-jinx, set him on fire," Harry said. Hermione stared at him. "I'm 11 years old. You've mastered 6 third-year spells. You can set his robes on fire safely." A very long pause. "Set his robes on fire," she said, apparently trying the phrase out. "Just a small fire," Harry said. "Enough to break his concentration." "Right," Hermione said. "Just a small fire. On a professor." "Brilliant." "It's a good plan," Harry said. "It's a terrible plan that happens to be the only plan," she said, and stood up. "I'm going to go sit with a clear line of sight to both you and Quirrell, and you are going to not fall off a broom." Deal, Harry said. The match itself felt, from where Harry sat in the sky, like a conversation. The Slytherin seeker was a third-year named Marcus Flint adjacent. Actually it was Terence Higgs, who was competent and fast and clearly had been drilled extensively in the techniques that worked against Gryffindor seekers specifically, which told Harry that the Slytherin captain had done his preparation and should be respected for it. Harry matched him in the air with the ease of someone who has found a natural element, not competing, just present, tracking the snitch's signature, which the core could feel, the specific enchantment of a golden ball with wings, a distinctive magical fingerprint, while simultaneously tracking 6 other things. Quirrell in the stands. Watching Harry with both eyes, which was unusual, in classes, in corridors, Quirrell's gaze was always moving, the managed eye contact of someone surveilling without appearing to. Here it was fixed. This was not the defense professor watching a student's first match. This was something with a specific purpose. The jinx activated at 800 feet during Harry's third dive, exactly as Hermione had predicted. The frequency started in the broom's handle, moved through the wood into Harry's palms, and the broom began shaking with the escalating violence of something that would, within seconds, have unseated any normal rider. The core wrapped the broom. It was the right description. The core extended outward through Harry's hands, through the wand he wasn't even holding, and wrapped the broom's enchanted core the way you'd wrap your hands around a vibrating object to still it, not canceling the jinx, not fighting it, just holding it still through the application of something more fundamental than the enchantment. The broom stopped shaking. Harry continued the dive. From the stands, it looked like the broom had stuttered and recovered. From where Quirrell was sitting in the stands, it had looked like nothing. Harry knew that. Because whatever was riding Quirrell was watching not with Quirrell's eyes but with a deeper attention, magical perception, the kind that came with being very old and having practiced it for decades. And that deeper attention would have seen the core engage. Good. Harry pulled the dive into a horizontal sweep and felt the snitch, not saw it, felt it, the core locating it by its enchantment signature the way you locate a sound by its pitch, 40 feet to his left and dropping. He banked, and the crowd noise shifted in the way crowd noise shifts when the seeker has done something decisive, and Terence Higgs came after him too late by 3 seconds, which was, in seeker terms, an eternity. Harry took the snitch out of the air at 30 feet with one hand, broom speed 0, a dead stop that should have been aerodynamically impossible and wasn't because the core had a working relationship with the broom's enchanted aerodynamics that would have spent 3 practices staring at with a combination of joy and genuine bewilderment. He held it up. The crowd noise was a physical thing. He looked at Quirrell in the stands. Quirrell was very still. Harry held the snitch and met Quirrell's eyes across the pitch, across 300 feet of open November air, and he didn't smile and he didn't wave and he didn't perform anything. He just looked, with the calm attention of someone who has demonstrated a fact and is now waiting for the fact to be absorbed. He felt, at the distance, the secondary consciousness stir. The thing on the back of Quirrell's head, pressing forward, getting a look. Good, Harry thought again. Look. He landed, and Oliver Wood collided with him at approximately running pace, and the Gryffindor team descended on him in a mass of red and gold, and Hermione arrived at the edge of the pitch looking simultaneously relieved and slightly guilty, and Ron grabbed his arm and said, "What was that at 800 feet? "The broom, tell you later," Harry said. "You always say that." "Because I always do," Harry said, and Ron grinned. That evening, in the cum room, when the celebration had reached the stage where most of Gryffindor was full of Fred and George's inexplicable supply of butterbeer and not paying attention to corners, Harry sat with Hermione and Ron and told them what he'd felt from Quirrell during the match. "It saw me contain the jinx," Harry said. "And?" Ron said. "And it knows, now. Whatever it was wondering about, whether what it felt 5 years ago was accurate, whether the core is actually what it seems, it knows now." He looked at the fire. "Voldemort came here for 2 things. The stone, and information. He's got the information now. Which means he'll do something with it," Hermione said. "Which means he'll make a decision," Harry said. "He'll either try to take the stone quickly, before I can intervene, which means he thinks the information is bad for his plan. Or he'll wait, and try something different, which means he thinks there's an angle he hasn't used yet. What angle hasn't he used? Ron asked. Harry was quiet for a moment. Me, he said. He hasn't used me yet. Hasn't tried to speak to me directly. Hasn't made any direct move. He paused. He's been gathering information. At some point, information gathering ends and action starts. And I want to be ready for that transition. Ready how? Hermione said. I need to understand the stone's protections completely, Harry said. Not just the fact of them, the actual structure. If Quirrell moves before I'm ready, I need to be able to move faster. He looked at her. Can you get me the library's resources on magical barrier theory? Everything in the non-restricted section first. Already done, Hermione said, and produced, from her bag, a stack of notes that she had apparently compiled at some point between the Quidditch match and the present moment, which was approximately 3 hours. Harry looked at the notes. He looked at her. You did this before I asked. You were always going to ask, she said, with the slight defensiveness of someone who knows their preemption was accurate and is not going to apologize for it. Ron looked between them. Right, okay. So what do I do? You're good at chess, Harry said. Ron blinked. Yeah. There's a chess set in the protections, Harry said. I felt it when I mapped the room. Life-size, enchanted. McGonagall's contribution was transfiguration-based. I can feel the logic of it, it's built around chess mechanics. He looked at Ron. I might need you for that. Ron sat up straighter, the specific straightening of someone who has just had a contribution identified that no one else can make. I can do that, he said, and the bravado was gone and what was underneath was just, capability. Clean and steady. I know, Harry said. December arrived with cold that settled into Hogwarts stones with the thoroughness of something that belongs there. The castle in winter was different in ways Harry found he actively liked. The fires burned higher, the common room was more concentrated, the outdoor spaces were vacant in a way that gave them a different, quieter quality. He went for walks on the grounds in the early mornings before breakfast, which were cold enough to make his breath visible, and the core ranged outward through the frost-locked castle and the sleeping grounds with a kind of satisfaction that Harry associated with deep, settled peace. He found the mirror on one such walk, in December's second week. He'd been wandering the 7th-floor corridor, following a branch of the castle's magical topology that the core found interesting, an area where several old enchantments overlapped in a way that produced something like a harmonic, a resonance that the castle itself seemed to cluster around, as if centuries of habitation had naturally oriented toward it. He turned a corner and found an empty classroom, door ajar, and inside it, a mirror. Tall, ornate, gold-framed, the inscription around the top in a script that took the core about 2 seconds to parse. Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. Mirror writing. I show not your face but your heart's desire. He stood in the doorway and looked at it. He knew what it was. He'd read about it, not this specific artifact, but the category. Desire reflection objects were an ancient class of magical item, and the dangers of them were well documented, and the dangers were not what most people assumed. The danger was not that you'd be trapped. The danger was that you'd see something you hadn't admitted to yourself, and that admission could either break you or change you, depending on how you met it. He walked up to it. In the mirror, not a vision, not a fantasy. Something quieter. The reflected image showed him as he was, same slight frame, same untidy hair, same green eyes. Except in the mirror he was not alone. Behind him, one hand on his shoulder, was a woman who laughed with her whole body, in the way of someone he'd seen in a photograph kept in a pocket close to his chest. And beside her, grinning with a nose Harry saw every morning in the bathroom mirror, a man who looked like the future of Harry's face. His parents. Not doing anything dramatic. Not in any particular setting. Just, there. Present. Their hands on his shoulders, their faces toward him, with the complete, specific, unconditional quality of a particular kind of love that does not require occasion or performance. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time. He felt the core be completely, absolutely still. He didn't reach toward the image. He didn't lean toward it. He looked at it the way you look at something precious that is real and not reachable simultaneously, the photograph on your wall of someone gone, the memory of a morning that won't come back. He let himself feel it fully, which was the only way to feel it honestly. After a while he said, quietly, to no one in particular, I know. He didn't know if he was speaking to them, to the mirror, to the core, or to himself. He suspected the distinction didn't matter. He stood there until the feeling had moved through him completely, the way a current of cold water moves through, clean and real and leaving things slightly different in its wake. Then he turned around and walked back to the corridor and kept going, carrying what he'd seen the way you carry something you'll need later, carefully, without putting it down, without letting it weigh him sideways. He didn't go back. Christmas arrived and most of Hogwarts went home. Harry stayed. He'd told the Dursleys he would be staying at school, using the specific phrasing that communicated the information without requesting permission, and Aunt Petunia had replied with a letter that said, fine, in her angular handwriting and nothing else. Ron stayed too. His parents were visiting Charlie in Romania, and they had the Gryffindor dormitory almost entirely to themselves for 2 weeks, which Ron treated as a personal gift from the universe and Harry treated as uninterrupted research time, and these two approaches turned out to be surprisingly compatible. Snape was the only professor who stayed for the full holiday beyond the required skeleton staff. Harry found this interesting. He encountered Snape on Christmas morning in the library, which was open during the holidays with the particular empty expansiveness of rooms that are usually full, and Snape was in the restricted section, which required specific permission, which as a professor he had, reading something with the focused intensity of someone chasing a thought that keeps moving. Harry looked at the book's spine from across the room. A text on Horcruxes. He set down what he was reading and crossed to the restricted section, pushed the gate open, which required either permission or the ability to bypass the lock, and Harry used the latter through the same quiet application of the core that he used for everything the lock presented to him as a problem, and walked in. Snape looked up. He looked at Harry. He looked at the open gate. He looked at Harry again. Something moved in his expression that was almost amusement, the specific amusement of someone who has expected something and finds the expectation confirmed. Mr. Potter, he said. Professor, Harry said. He looked at the Horcrux text. Those are relevant, he said. Snape set the book down very carefully. What do you know about Horcruxes? Enough, Harry said. The fragmented presence in Quirrell's turban, it's a fragment of soul. It's been separated from the main consciousness deliberately and bound to something physical. That's what a Horcrux is. He paused. He made more than one. Silence in the restricted section, in the empty library, in the snow-quiet castle. Snape said, how long have you known that? Since October, Harry said. The core reads magical signatures the way, it reads them comprehensively. The fragment in Quirrell doesn't feel complete. It feels like a section of something, like hearing one part of a chord. The resonance implies the other parts exist. Snape was looking at him with the expression that Harry had come to identify, over the course of a term, as Snape's most honest face, the one that appeared when something genuinely exceeded his current model. It appeared rarely and briefly. Sit down, Snape said. Harry sat down across from him in the restricted section, between shelves of books that hummed with contained dark magic, on Christmas morning, and they had the conversation they'd been circling since the first potions class in September. Not cautiously, they'd both been cautious long enough. Honestly, the way two people are honest when they're both more interested in the truth than in protecting their position. Snape told him what he knew about the Horcruxes, not everything, but the structural framework, enough to understand what had been done and what the implications were. He told Harry about Voldemort's research into soul-splitting, about the theoretical basis of it, about the price it exacted on the person doing it. Harry listened and the core listened, and when Snape finished, Harry said, he split his soul to preserve himself. But a soul core can't be split. That's the reason the old texts call it what they call it, anima nucleus, the nuclear soul. It's irreducible. He looked at Snape. He destroyed his capacity for a soul core by making Horcruxes. He traded the most fundamental kind of magical power for the guarantee of not dying. Snape looked at him. You've read the De Nucleo Anime? Yes. Where did you? Snape stopped. Clearly decided the question was less important than the conversation. The implication being that whatever he feared in you on the night of your 5th birthday, is something he can't have, Harry said. And can't replicate. And can't take. He paused. That's why he's not coming here himself, even in a state where he could. He could possess someone stronger than Quirrell. He chose Quirrell specifically, someone weak, someone expendable. Because what he's actually afraid of is being in the same space as a soul core and having it confirm what he already suspects. Which is? Snape said, quiet. That he made the wrong choice, Harry said. Decades ago. That everything he did to survive, the price he paid, the soul core is the evidence of what he gave up. He met Snape's eyes. He sent Quirrell here for information, but he sent someone weak and disposable because if the information comes back bad, he doesn't want to be the one who received it. A long silence. You're going to have to destroy the Horcruxes, Snape said. Not suggesting. Stating. Eventually, Harry said. Not yet. There's more to understand first. And the fragment here, in Quirrell, I'm not going to let it take the stone. He looked at the Horcrux text. Can you tell me what you know about the stone's current protections? All of them. Snape looked at him for a long moment. This was the threshold moment, Harry recognized it as such, and let Snape take it at his own pace. This was Snape deciding which side of the line to stand on, and it was not a small decision for a man who had spent decades making the calculus of his choices with extreme care. Snape opened the book again. He turned to a section in the back, handwritten annotations crowding the margins. He set it on the table between them. The enchantments are layered, he said. 6 of us contributed. Dumbledore's final enchantment is the most complex, a mirror, which reflects and contains desire. The problem with it is that it only stops those who want the stone for themselves. Someone who wants it for another, he paused. Quirrell wants it for Voldemort, Harry said. Exactly. Snape's voice was neutral. The mirror may not hold. It'll hold long enough, Harry said. Quirrell has to get through 5 other protections first. And he'll be doing it at night, which limits his timeline. He looked at the annotated margins. Whose handwriting is this? Snape said nothing. Harry looked at the annotations again. Recognized the careful structure of them, not notes made during research, but notes made during enchanting, a record of choices and their reasoning. He recognized the quality of the thinking from Snape's class, thorough, exacting, more interested in understanding than in precedent. Yours, Harry said. The potion's protection, Snape said. Logic puzzle. Designed to stop someone who relies on magic when reason is required. He paused. It won't stop Quirrell either. He has a strong enough intellect. What will stop him? Harry asked. Snape looked at him across the table. You, he said simply. Harry considered this. The core considered it, running through the structure of the protections, mapping the progression, building a model of how Quirrell would move through them and where the critical junction was. New Year, he said. Snape frowned. What? He'll move on New Year's. Most of the students are still away, the staff will be distracted by the return preparations. Dumbledore has indicated he's in London for a ministry function that evening. He looked at Snape. He'll move on New Year's. I need to be ready. Snape looked at him. And Dumbledore? I'll tell him after, Harry said. He'll want to be involved, and if he's involved, Quirrell will know and the window closes. The fragment of Voldemort needs to be dealt with on my terms, not, he stopped. Voldemort needs to get the answer he sent Quirrell for. He needs to get it completely. You could tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore will protect me, Harry said. I don't need to be protected. I need Voldemort to understand the difference between those two things. Snape sat back. He looked at the ceiling of the restricted section for a moment, and his expression was doing the complicated thing it did when he was processing something that required him to revise several assumptions simultaneously. I will be available, Snape said finally, on New Year's Eve. For support. If required. Thank you, Harry said. I'm not doing this for you, Snape said immediately, with the reflexive quality of someone who has said things like that for so long that it comes before the thought. Harry looked at him. Aren't you? He said quietly. Another long pause. Snape picked up his book. Go back to your dormitory, Potter. It's Christmas morning. Merry Christmas, Professor, Harry said. He left. Behind him, Snape sat in the restricted section with the Horcrux text open and a complicated expression that he would have been furious to have witnessed, and did not immediately pick up his reading. New Year's Eve was cold and clear, with stars that looked like they'd been hung with care. Harry had spent the day in the common room with Ron, who was building the world's longest game of wizard's chess against himself, and who Harry had been quietly, carefully teaching the specific geometric patterns he'd felt in the life-size chess set's enchantment. The game's rules, as transfigured by McGonagall, were chess rules with one specific modification, and the modification was the one that could get you killed if you didn't account for it. Ron had listened with the focused attention he brought to chess, which was total, and by evening he could have walked the board in his sleep. At 10 o'clock, Harry said, I'm going. Ron stood up immediately. I'm coming. You don't, Harry started. You already told me I might need to play chess, Ron said. That's why you spent all day teaching me the board pattern. He gave Harry a look. Don't pretend you weren't planning this. Harry hadn't been pretending. He'd been hoping Ron would choose it himself, which he'd been confident enough in not to push. It'll be dangerous. Yeah, Ron said, with the absolute simplicity of someone for whom that's not a deciding factor. Let's go. They went to Hermione's dormitory door and knocked, and Hermione opened it in approximately 4 seconds, fully dressed, bag over her shoulder. The chess board, she said, looking at Ron. Covered, Ron said. The devil's snare, light and heat, Harry said. I know. I'm the one who figured that out. She set her jaw in the expression that meant she was frightened and had decided not to be slowed down by it. The enchanted keys. Your Accio is the best in the year, Harry said. Her jaw released slightly, the specific relaxation of someone whose ability has been accurately cited. Right. Let's go. They moved through the castle in the way of people who have learned its rhythms, which stairs to avoid, which portraits gossiped too freely, where Filch's patrol reached and turned. Harry led them through corridors that the core navigated as easily as his own mental architecture, and they reached the third-floor corridor, and the door, and Harry put his hand on it. The lock opened without drama. Beyond the door, the Cerberus, 3 enormous heads, each one breathing with the slow regularity of deep sleep, lay still. Harry moved past it in the way you move past sleeping dogs, without the tiptoed falseness that makes noise, just steadily, with the certainty of someone who has moved through difficult spaces before. Behind him, Hermione and Ron moved with equal care, and the trapdoor in the floor opened downward into dark and devil's snare. They dropped in. The snare took Hermione immediately, rapping with the reflexive efficiency of a plant that has been enchanted to catch and hasn't been given other instructions. Harry lit the air around her, not fire, just heat and light from the core, diffused through the space, and the snare released. Ron was already free, he'd relaxed completely on contact, which was the correct response and which required a specific quality of trust in the instruction that most people found difficult under actual pressure. He'd managed it without visible effort. Good, Harry said. They moved through the enchantments in sequence, the winged keys, which Hermione caught with an accio that swept the entire swarm into organized stillness. The life-size chessboard, which Ron walked with the particular calm competence of someone doing the thing they're best at. He sacrificed himself on move 12, which was the correct sacrifice and which he'd calculated in the dormitory that afternoon, and the board let the other two through. The troll was unconscious already, something else had come through here first. Harry felt Quirrell's magical trace ahead. Fresh, recent, the trail of someone who'd moved through these rooms in the last 20 minutes. The logic puzzle in Snape's room, 7 bottles, poetic riddle, fire in front and behind. Harry read it once, read it again, and felt the core track the logic with the same precision it tracked magical resonances, patterns, not magic, pure information. He identified the correct bottles in 40 seconds. Hermione checked his reasoning in another 15. Correct, she said. Take the bottle that lets you go back, Harry said. Take Ron and go back. Get Dumbledore. Hermione looked at him. You're going ahead alone. Quirrell is already past this room, Harry said. There's no time. He looked at her steadily. I can handle this. You know I can. I know you can, she said. That's not the same as being fine with it. Hermione, he said, and she heard in his voice the thing that made it Harry's voice rather than any other person's, the specific, settled certainty of someone whose confidence has roots that go all the way down. Not performance. Ground. She picked up the bottle. She looked at him. Come back, she said, with the directness of someone who knows that's what they mean and sees no reason not to say it. Yes, he said. She and Ron went back. Harry took the other bottle, passed through the fire, and entered the final room. The mirror of Eriste stood against the far wall, and in front of it stood Quirrell. He was speaking, not to Harry, who had just arrived, but to the mirror, in the low, urgent tone of someone arguing with something that isn't cooperating. The mirror showed him something, and whatever it showed him wasn't the stone, because he didn't have it, and his hands were empty, and his posture was the posture of someone who has run into an obstacle they didn't plan for. Harry walked into the room at a normal pace. Quirrell spun. The stammer was completely gone. The nervous professor was entirely absent. What looked at Harry through Quirrell's eyes was something considerably older and considerably more direct, the fragment of Voldemort's consciousness wearing Quirrell's body with the unself-conscious functionality of someone who has stopped pretending. Harry Potter, it said, through Quirrell's voice, without the stammer. The voice was Quirrell's vocal cords doing something that Quirrell's personality wouldn't have produced, each word careful, spaced, as if the speaker was aware that their means of expression was borrowed and imperfect. Hello, Harry said. The fragment looked at him. Not with Quirrell's eyes in any meaningful sense, looked with a deeper attention, the magical perception of something very old that had spent months gathering information about this moment and was now in it. I wondered, it said, when we would actually meet. I've been waiting for you to make your move, Harry said. You took your time. A pause. You knew. Since October. Since the 3rd night of term, Harry said. You were in the corridor at 2 in the morning. The anti-perception field around your turban is good work, technically, but the core reads the shape of things it can't see directly. The absence has a boundary, and the boundary has a shape. Quirrell's face did something complicated. The fragment processing an update. And you said nothing. I wanted information, Harry said. What you'd do. How you'd move. What you'd prioritize. He looked at the mirror. The stone. The stone, Quirrell agreed, and turned back to it with the focus of someone who hasn't given up on the obstacle. Tell me how to get it. I don't know how to get it, Harry said honestly. It responds to intent. I know that much from the enchantment structure. Then stand in front of it, the fragment said. Harry looked at the mirror. He looked at Quirrell. He walked up to the mirror and stood in front of it. The mirror showed him himself. Same as in December, his parents behind him, their hands on his shoulders. Except this time there was something else in the image, in his hand, in the reflection, a small round stone. The stone. His reflected self pocketed it with the casual confidence of someone putting away something they have and don't need to display. He felt the weight of it appear in his actual pocket. He kept his face entirely still. "What does it show you?" the fragment said. "My parents," Harry said, which was true. "That's all." The fragment moved, the specific movement of something that doesn't trust what it's been told and has the capacity to verify. Quirrell's hand came up and Harry felt the probe of dark magic against the edges of the core, exploratory, precise, looking for deception. The core let it look. The core showed it exactly what it was, vast, warm, irreducible, old in a way that predated the magic Voldemort used, incompatible with the fragmented consciousness's every method of assessment. It showed it, calmly and completely, the thing that had woken up on Harry's 5th birthday in a cupboard under the stairs, and the fragment of Voldemort felt it the way you feel a depth you've been measuring finally come back as unmeasurable. A long silence in the chamber. "You are what I felt," the fragment said, quietly. And there was something in its voice, not fear exactly, but the closest thing a fragment of Voldemort could get to standing in front of a mirror of its own choices. "Yes," Harry said. "I could have had that," it said, and the statement had a quality that Harry hadn't expected, not grief, not quite, but the intellectual acknowledgement of an irrecoverable loss. The fragment of a man who had chosen to split his soul rather than trust it, standing in front of someone whose soul was whole and burning, and understanding, possibly for the first time with full clarity, what the exchange had cost. "You chose differently," Harry said. He wasn't gloating. He wasn't performing compassion. He was just stating a fact, the way facts deserve to be stated. The fragment was quiet for a moment. Then, "I need the stone, Potter." "I know," Harry said. "Give it to me." "No," Harry said. The fragment moved. What happened next lasted approximately 45 seconds, which is a long time when the metric is combat between a fragment of one of the most powerful dark wizards in history inhabiting a body, and an 11-year-old with a soul core. Quirrell raised his wand and the curse that came out of it was not a first-year curse. It was old, dark, complex, the kind of magic that required sustained intention and deep reserves, and Quirrell had access to the fragment's reserves, which were not insignificant even in their degraded state. The curse was designed to bind, to lock a person in place while the person's magic was extracted, which was the most sophisticated form of attack available to something that couldn't risk killing Harry outright because it needed the information Harry represented. Harry stepped sideways. Not with a counter-curse. Not with a shield. He moved out of the curse's trajectory with the same unhurried efficiency he brought to everything, and the curse hit the mirror of Eriste and the mirror showed it back to itself, which was the mirror's nature, and the fragment's own binding curse wrapped around it for 3 seconds before Harry pointed his wand and dissolved it. "Don't," Harry said, mildly. Quirrell, the fragment, tried again. 3 curses in rapid sequence, different types, testing angles. Harry blocked the first with a shield charm that absorbed it cleanly. He let the second hit the core's ambient field and watched it neutralize on contact, which was not something he'd tested before and was filed as confirmed functional. The third he redirected, pointing his wand at the curse's path the way you redirect a stream by changing the channel's gradient, and it dissipated against the wall. The fragment stopped. Another long silence. "What are you?" it said, and this time the question was real, stripped of the calculating intelligence, down to something more elemental. Something confronting a gap in its understanding. "A soul core," Harry said. "The last one in a very long time. The one before me built this school." He looked at Quirrell steadily. "You've been afraid of this since my 5th birthday. You sent Quirrell to find out if you should still be afraid." He paused. "Go back to him with the answer." "You could kill me," the fragment said. "This body is nearly used up." "I know," Harry said. "That's not what tonight is for." A pause. The fragment processing this. "You're letting me go," it said. "I'm sending you back with information," Harry said. The stone stays here. Dumbledore will move it somewhere better. Quirrell walks out. And you go back to whatever you're surviving in, and you think about what I just showed you. He held Quirrell's gaze steadily. And then you make a decision about what you actually want to do. Because you've been operating under assumptions that tonight has corrected. How you respond to corrected assumptions is your choice. The fragment was quiet for a very long time. You're not what I expected, it said, finally. No one ever is, Harry said. Good night, Professor. Quirrell turned. He walked to the door with the careful steps of someone in a body they're not quite comfortable in. At the threshold he stopped. The boy, he said. Quirrell. He volunteered. It wasn't, I want you to know it wasn't entirely coercion. Harry looked at him. I know, he said. I could feel it. He believed in you. He paused. That's the saddest part. Quirrell walked out. Harry stood in the chamber with his hand in his pocket, fingers around the warm weight of the Philosopher's Stone, and the mirror of Eriste reflected him back to himself, just him, alone, steady in the underground room with the fire behind and the stone floor under his feet and the core burning in his chest like something that has always been there and always will be. He thought about his parents' hands on his shoulders in the mirror's image. He thought about Quirrell, walking through the protections with someone else's while sustaining him. He thought about Voldemort, scattered and furious and lonely in a way that he could not, by now, even fully feel anymore. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs, and a spider named Margaret, and gold light on his hands on a night that changed everything. He took the stone out of his pocket and held it in his palm and looked at it, small, red-tinged, warm in a specific way that had nothing to do with temperature, and the core regarded it with calm, careful attention. Then Harry Potter put the stone back in his pocket, walked back through the fire, and went to find Dumbledore. Chapter 5, The Ministry Comes Knocking. Dumbledore arrived in the chamber 7 minutes after Harry sent the Patronus. He didn't look surprised to find Harry standing there, which confirmed what Harry had already suspected. Dumbledore had known something was happening tonight and had positioned himself within response distance. What he hadn't done was intervene. Harry held that fact up and looked at it for a moment, turning it over the way you turn over something you found on the ground, trying to determine if it's useful or just interesting. He decided it was both. Dumbledore surveyed the chamber, the mirror, the scorch marks on the wall from redirected curses, the absence of Quirrell, and his expression did the complicated thing it had been doing every time he and Harry occupied the same room. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Then at the mirror. Then at Harry's pocket. The stone, he said. Harry took it out and held it up. Dumbledore took it with the care of someone handling something they've already decided to get rid of. He looked at it, then at Harry. How long have you had this? He said. About an hour, Harry said. How did the mirror? It was a good enchantment, Harry said. It gave it to someone who wanted to find it but not use it themselves. That's the logic, isn't it? I wasn't there to use it. I was there to stop someone else. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time, with the specific expression Harry had been cataloging all year, the one that sat between admiration and something more complicated, a feeling that had respect and loss in it in equal measure, as if what he was looking at was something he'd hoped for in one form and received in another, and the receiving was humbling in a way he hadn't been humbled before in quite a while. And Quirrell, he said. Gone, Harry said. I let him go. You let him go, Dumbledore repeated, carefully. He, the fragment, needed to go back with information, Harry said. The stone is safe. You'll move it somewhere permanent. Quirrell won't be back. He paused. His body is failing. The fragment of Voldemort has been burning through him for months. He has weeks, maybe less. Dumbledore was quiet. You could feel that. The core reads conditions, Harry said. It's not pleasant information. Another silence. The fire that served as the final barrier crackled behind them. Dumbledore turned the stone over in his fingers and his face, in profile, looked very old and also very alone. Harry, he said, quietly. Sir, Harry said. You managed this entire situation, from October, without informing me. Without informing any adult in this building. He paused. I am trying to determine whether I'm angry with you, or, he stopped. Or. Harry said. Or whether I am simply not accustomed, Dumbledore said, with a precision that cost him something, to being the person in the room who would have done it worse. Harry didn't say anything. He let that sit, because it needed to. Dumbledore had said something honest, and honest things deserve space. I'll need to tell the Ministry about Quirrell, Dumbledore said eventually. The fact of his flight from the school. They'll have questions. They'll have more than questions, Harry said. They'll have me. Dumbledore looked at him. I'm not naive about what tonight means politically, Harry said. A soul fragment of Voldemort was on your staff for a year. The boy who lived stopped him. Again. At 11 years old, alone, in a room that was protected by 6 professors' combined enchantments. He met Dumbledore's eyes. The Ministry is going to want to talk to me. I will do everything in my power to, don't, Harry said. Not sharply. Steadily. Don't insulate me from it. I know what I can handle, and I'd rather be in the room than managed around it. Dumbledore looked at him. For a long moment the only sound was the fire. Then Dumbledore said, will you at least allow me to be present? Yes, Harry said. I was counting on it. The Ministry came in March. Not immediately. There was, first, the matter of Quirrell, who was found the following morning by Filch in a corridor on the 4th floor, unconscious and deteriorating rapidly, the turban unwound and what was on the back of his head visible to anyone who walked past, which fortunately was only Filch, Snape, and Dumbledore, who was summoned before anyone else could arrive. Quirrell survived, barely, and with consequences that the Hogwarts medical staff handled with quiet professionalism and which Harry was not told about directly, but which he gathered from the Corps' reading of the medical wing's quality of magical activity over the following week. The Ministry knew within 48 hours that something significant had occurred at Hogwarts involving a suspected Voldemort fragment, the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry Potter. They had this information because Dumbledore told them, the version that was accurate in its facts and carefully shaped in its framing, but Harry had been consulted on the framing, which was new, and which Dumbledore had offered with the particular grace of someone making a genuine adjustment rather than a tactical one. The Ministry sat on it for 2 months. The 2 months were not quiet at the Ministry. Harry knew this from Hermione, who had contacts in the wizarding press through her parents' dental-adjacent social circle with a wizarding family, and from Ron, who had a father in the Department of Magical Cooperation who came home most evenings with the energy of someone navigating a building that had developed unexpected structural problems. They were processing it, which was the Ministry's way of saying they were arguing about it, in the specific, highly formalized way of large institutions when confronted with things they can't categorize. Harry Potter was, officially, the boy who had survived Voldemort as an infant. That was a known quantity. That was manageable. The story had a shape, innocent child, loving sacrifice, Dark Lord defeated. People understood it. It fit. Harry Potter at 11, alone in a warded chamber, neutralizing a fragment of the Dark Lord's consciousness and walking out with the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, was considerably harder to process. It didn't fit the shape. It implied things about what Harry Potter was that the Ministry had very strong institutional reasons to want to carefully define, because things that the Ministry could not define were, by definition, things the Ministry could not regulate, and things the Ministry could not regulate were, by long historical precedent, things the Ministry did not like. He knew all of this with the detached, practical clarity he'd brought to the Quirrell situation. He understood that the Ministry's response to him was not about him, specifically, it was about what he represented to the architecture of their power. He did not take it personally. He took it seriously. He was ready when they came. On a Thursday morning in March, Cornelius Fudge arrived at Hogwarts. He arrived with 4 Aurors, 2 Ministry solicitors who carried matching briefcases and matching expressions of professional neutrality, and a senior undersecretary Harry recognized from Hermione's research, Dolores Umbridge, who walked behind Fudge with the posture of someone who had positioned themselves behind the person they were managing and had been doing it long enough to make it look natural. Harry was in charms when the owl reached McGonagall. She read the note, looked at Harry, and said, "Mr. Potter. Please come with me," in the specific tone of someone delivering unfortunate news with as much dignity as possible. Harry closed his textbook, put it in his bag, and followed her out. In the corridor, McGonagall said, "The Minister for Magic is here." "I know," Harry said. She looked at him sharply. "How? Hermione's been tracking the Ministry's internal discussion for 6 weeks, Harry said. The timing was predictable. He looked at her. "Where are they meeting?" "Dumbledore's office," McGonagall said, after a brief pause that contained, Harry thought, several things she decided not to say. "I want you to know, Harry, that Dumbledore has requested my presence as well. You'll have support." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, and he meant it, not as a formality, but as an acknowledgement of her, specifically, the quality of her that showed up in moments like this, the straight-backed, no-nonsense care that she wore like her green robes, that never modulated down to sentiment but was absolute in its solidity. She walked beside him up the moving staircases. They arrived at the gargoyle. "Sherbet lemon," McGonagall said. The gargoyle moved. Harry stepped onto the rising staircase and noted, as it moved, that his hands were steady and his breathing was even, and that the core was doing what it did in situations it registered as significant, not alerting, just present, the way a very old and very certain thing is present when it's paying attention. Dumbledore's office was larger than it needed to be and more interesting than any room in the castle had the right to be, and Harry took a moment at the threshold to observe it with the genuine appreciation he gave to spaces that had accumulated meaning over time. Portraits of previous headmasters murmured, some asleep, some watching. Fawkes sat on his perch and made a sound when Harry entered that was low and warm and which several portraits responded to by sitting up straighter. Fudge stood in the middle of the room. He was shorter than his portrait suggested, compact, in lime green robes, with the specific quality of presence that belonged to a man who had reached the highest position in his world through a combination of genuine political skill and the careful cultivation of the impression that he was less formidable than he was. He had a bowler hat that he was holding rather than wearing, which told Harry he'd taken it off either out of courtesy to Dumbledore or because someone had told him it read poorly in formal situations. Behind Fudge, Umbridge. Harry looked at Umbridge for a moment with more attention than he gave Fudge. She was small, wide, and wore an expression of professional pleasantness that sat on her face the way a mask sits on a face, technically in place but not integrated with what was underneath. The core read her with the same attention it gave to everything significant and found, beneath the pleasantness, genuine conviction. Not performance. She actually believed, deeply and specifically, that order required hierarchy and hierarchy required enforcement and enforcement required her particular set of skills. She was not pretending to find the exercise of institutional authority satisfying. That made her more dangerous than a schemer. Schemers could be reasoned with, because schemers wanted outcomes. True believers wanted the thing itself. Harry filed this carefully. The Aurors flanked the door. The solicitors had arranged themselves near Dumbledore's desk with their matching briefcases open. Dumbledore stood behind the desk with his hands folded in the way that meant he was managing several things simultaneously and making it look like rest. "Ah," Fudge said, when Harry entered. He said it the way politicians say things, with a performed warmth that had enough genuine feeling underneath it to pass casual inspection. "Harry Potter. Magnificent to meet you at last." He extended his hand. Harry shook it. "Minister," he said. "Thank you for coming to Hogwarts." Something in Fudge's expression adjusted slightly, calibrating the 11-year-old against what he'd been told, which had presumably come with the word extraordinary in it several times and had still not been quite adequate preparation. "Sit down, please, sit down," Fudge said, gesturing expansively at the chairs that had been arranged in a rough semicircle, as if the meeting were casual, as if there were not 4 Aurors and 2 solicitors in the room. Harry sat. Dumbledore sat. McGonagall took her place near the window with the bearing of someone standing guard. Umbridge settled into a chair slightly to Fudge's right, at a precise angle, and produced from somewhere a clipboard and a quill, which she held with the readiness of someone who does this regularly and finds it natural. "Now then," Fudge said, settling back. "This has been quite a year for you, hasn't it? Quite a business, all of it." "It has," Harry agreed. "And the ministry is simply, we want to make sure," Fudge said, with the careful navigation of someone who has prepared several approaches and is selecting among them in real time, that everything is properly understood. That the right people have the right information. That young people in extraordinary situations have the support they need. "I appreciate that," Harry said. "Wonderful. Wonderful." Fudge smiled. "Dolores, perhaps you might, of course, Minister," Umbridge said. Her voice was soft and sweet and had, underneath it, the specific density of someone who has learned that soft and sweet is an effective delivery mechanism for hard things. She smiled at Harry with the smile she'd clearly decided was appropriate for an 11-year-old. "Harry, may I call you Harry?" "Mr. Potter is fine," Harry said. A brief pause. The smile stayed. "Mr. Potter, of course. We just want to understand, as clearly as we can, the events of New Year's Eve. You were, as we understand it, alone in a restricted area of the school. Could you tell us, in your own words, what happened?" Harry told them. He told them the version that was true, comprehensive, factual, organized in the sequence that was clearest for someone without full context. He told them about feeling the wrongness of Quirrell's presence from the beginning of term. About mapping the protections. About New Year's Eve and the chamber. He told it without drama, without the particular energy of someone performing their own story. When he finished, the room was quiet for a moment. Then Umbridge said, with the pleasantness fully intact, "And you handled this entirely independently, without informing any of the staff, for approximately 3 months. "Yes," Harry said. "Can I ask why, Mr. Potter?" "Because an 11-year-old boy reporting a suspicion about a professor's behavior, without evidence, in the middle of a term, produces a specific outcome," Harry said. "The professor becomes aware he's suspected. He moves sooner. The stone is at greater risk. But surely the headmaster's response to a verified threat would have been appropriate," Harry said. "The headmaster's response to an unverified suspicion would have been to investigate quietly, which would have been visible to someone whose primary capability is detecting attention directed at him." He looked at Umbridge steadily. "I needed Quirrell to believe he wasn't suspected until the moment he chose to move. That required everyone behaving normally. Including me." "Including you," Umbridge repeated. "You're saying that an 11-year-old child made a strategic decision about threat management at a wizarding school?" "Yes," Harry said. Based on what I can do," Harry said. "Which I understand the ministry is here to assess." The pleasantness on Umbridge's face did something small and involuntary, a brief failure of the expression management that let something underneath show through. Not malice exactly. Something that was adjacent to fear but organized as disapproval. The disapproval of someone who has a clear picture of how things should work and is looking at something that doesn't fit the picture. "The ministry," Fudge said, intervening with the smooth instinct of someone who has been managing this kind of moment for decades, "is not here to assess you, Harry. We're here to, the solicitors have an addendum to the underage magic restriction statute," Harry said, looking at the solicitors' briefcases, "that they intend to apply to the case of, and I'm guessing here, but the de nucleo anime text suggests the phrase, to the case of an unlicensed magical emanation from a minor." He looked at Fudge. "Is that accurate?" The solicitors were very professionally trained and did not visibly react. Fudge's expression held. Umbridge's pleasant smile went a fraction too still. Dumbledore, from behind his desk, made a sound that was technically a cough and functionally nothing of the sort. "The ministry," Umbridge said, very gently, very clearly, has responsibilities to the magical community that include ensuring that all sources of significant magical activity are properly registered and monitored. This is not a punitive measure. It's a protective one. Protective of the community, Harry said, or protective of the ministry's ability to account for things it's currently unable to account for. Mr. Potter, I'm not being difficult, Harry said. I'm being accurate. There's a distinction, and I'd like to maintain it. He looked between Fudge and Umbridge. The soul core is not a power I developed. It's not a skill I learned. It's not something I chose. It's what I am, at a level that predates classification. The ministry's registration frameworks were designed for wand magic, for skills and artifacts and learned practices. They don't have a category for what I am, and adding a category after the fact doesn't change the underlying thing. It ensures it can be monitored, Umbridge said. Monitored for what purpose? Harry asked. For the community's safety, she said, pleasantly. Has there been an incident in which I endangered the community? Harry asked. The New Year's Eve, protected the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort's agent and walked out safely, Harry said. That's the record. 11 years old, one night, stone protected, no injuries, no collateral damage, no muggle exposure. He looked at her. That's what monitoring would be trying to prevent, Professor Umbridge. I would suggest the current results are adequate. Fudge shifted. He leaned forward with the practiced posture of someone making the transition from courteous to substantive. Harry. The situation is, I want to be frank with you. What happened at this school this year is significant. Not just the stone, the manner of it. What you demonstrated. He chose his next words with care. There are people who will want to use what you are. There are people who will be afraid of it. The ministry's role, in both cases, is to ensure that it's legible, Harry said. Fudge blinked. Legible, Harry said again. The ministry works best with things it can name and track and process. I understand that. A soul core is not legible by any existing framework. The ministry can't file it, can't license it, can't create a standard reporting structure for it. That's uncomfortable for an institution that has been in the business of managing magical Britain for 300 years. He met Fudge's eyes. I'm not going to make it comfortable. I can't make it comfortable without making it smaller than it is, and making it smaller than it is would make me less capable of doing what I clearly need to be capable of doing. And what's that? Fudge said. Dealing with the fact that Voldemort is not gone, Harry said. The room went very quiet. It was the specific quiet that happened when someone named the thing everyone was thinking about but managing around. The Aurors by the door were very still. The solicitors looked at their briefcases. Fudge's jaw tightened. He who must not be named is, Fudge started. Gone from his body, Harry said. Fragmented. Surviving. What I encountered on New Year's Eve was a piece of him. A significant piece, and it's gone now. Quirrell is recovering, from what I understand, and the fragment displaced when the body became unsuitable. But there are other pieces. He kept his voice even, factual, the way the core had taught him to process difficult truths, not around them, through them. The Horcruxes. He made multiple. I know this. Snape knows this. Probably several people in this room know this and have chosen not to say it out loud because saying it out loud makes it a problem that has to be addressed. He looked directly at Fudge. I am telling you that it is a problem that has to be addressed, Harry said. Not today, not this meeting. But that is the arc of the situation. That is what I am, what the core, what everything I am, is pointed toward. Not because anyone planned it. Because it's simply true. He leaned back slightly, which was the most relaxed he'd appeared all meeting. Now. The ministry can help with that, or it can spend the next several years trying to regulate something that doesn't regulate, while the actual problem gets closer to solved without them. Those are the options. A long silence. Umbridge broke it, because Umbridge was the kind of person who could not let silences she hadn't manufactured stand. The Ministry, she said, pleasantly but with a firmness now that hadn't been there before, will need time to consider, of course, Harry said. I'm not asking for a decision today. We'll need to consult with the Department of Mysteries, Fudge said, in the tone of someone who has decided to take the long route because the direct route is a cliff. The Unspeakables have expertise in unusual magical phenomena. I'd be happy to speak with them, Harry said. Genuinely. The research questions around soul cores are significant and I have practical information that might be useful to people working theoretically. He paused. On my terms. Here, at Hogwarts, with Professor Dumbledore present. Fudge looked at Dumbledore, who looked back with the expression of someone who has not once in this entire meeting felt the need to intervene and is aware that this, in itself, is information. That can be arranged, Fudge said. Wonderful, Harry said. He looked at Umbridge. The addendum in the briefcases. Does it still need to be introduced? The pleasantness on Umbridge's face was doing significant work at this point. We'll review the current situation and determine whether the existing frameworks are adequate, she said. They aren't, Harry said, but I appreciate the review. McGonagall made a sound near the window that was definitely a cough. The Aurors left first, there was nothing for them to do, and they appeared to have assessed this early. The solicitors packed their briefcases with the careful efficiency of professionals who had not expected to leave without producing their document and had decided to pretend this outcome had been among the possibilities they'd planned for. Fudge stayed. He waited until Umbridge had left, which she did with the purposeful grace of someone who would be writing a very detailed report the moment she reached her office. Then he crossed to Harry and sat down in the chair across from him with a formality that had gone out of it, just two people in a room now. Off the record, Fudge said. Harry waited. What you said? About, Fudge lowered his voice, though the room was substantially emptier now. About the Horcruxes. About him not being gone. Yes, Harry said. You're certain? Yes, Harry said. Fudge was quiet. He turned the bowler hat over in his hands, a gesture that Harry recognized as the private physical expression of a man managing an internal conflict. The Ministry's position has been, since 81, that the threat is resolved. That the situation is contained. That people can live their lives without, I know, Harry said. He looked at Fudge, and there was no satisfaction in what he said next, because Fudge was not a bad man. He was a man who wanted the world to be the shape that was easiest to live in and was willing to choose that want over accurate information when the two conflicted. I know that position was easier to maintain. And I know it won't hold. No, Fudge said, quietly. I don't suppose it will. He stood. Replaced the hat. For what it's worth, Harry, you conducted yourself in there with more clarity than most adults I deal with. Thank you, Minister, Harry said. It's not entirely a compliment, Fudge said, with a tired honesty that Harry found he respected. Adults aren't supposed to conduct themselves the way 11-year-olds do. He left. Harry sat in the chair for a moment. Dumbledore and McGonagall were still in the room, McGonagall at the window, Dumbledore at his desk, both of them in the particular quiet of people who have watched something and have not yet decided what to say about it. Snape arrived through the office door without knocking, which everyone present accepted as within the normal range of Snape's behavior. He looked at Harry. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at the vacant chairs where the Ministry had been. He said, well, with the economy of someone who wants the summary without the performance. The addendum didn't get introduced, McGonagall said. The registration clause? Not filed, Dumbledore confirmed. Snape looked at Harry. His expression was doing the thing it did when he was processing an outcome that exceeded his expected range. You talked them out of it. I reframed the question, Harry said. They came here to manage a problem. I made them see that managing me is less efficient than not managing me. A brief silence. Where did you learn to talk to politicians? Snape said. I've been preparing for this meeting for 6 weeks, Harry said. And the De Nucleo Anime has a chapter on institutional encounters. The author apparently dealt with the precursor to the Ministry multiple times. He paused. Also Hermione helped me prepare. Snape's expression moved briefly towards something that might, in extremely forgiving light, have been called warmth. Of course she did, he said. McGonagall turned from the window. Harry, she said, and her voice had shifted from the professional register to something more direct, the tone she used in Transfiguration when she wanted the class to actually hear what she was saying. What you said in there, about Voldemort. The Horcruxes. I know it was significant, Harry said. It was more than significant, she said. The people in that room, the Ministry, Fudge, they've spent 10 years avoiding that conclusion. You said it plainly. In front of solicitors and Aurors. Her expression was complex, not disapproval, not quite. Something that looked like the collision of admiration and concern. They'll think about what you said. I know, Harry said. Some of them will react badly, Dumbledore said, from the desk. Quietly, but with the clarity of someone stating a fact they find neither comfortable nor avoidable. I know that too, Harry said. And it doesn't, Dumbledore paused. It doesn't alter your approach. The truth doesn't become easier to handle by waiting, Harry said. And the people in that room, Fudge, the Aurors, they're not bad. They're people who were given a story about the shape of the world that felt manageable and real, and they've been living in it for 10 years. They deserve to know it's not accurate. He looked at Dumbledore. Even if it's uncomfortable. Even if it disrupts things. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I owe you another apology. For what? Harry said. I have not, Dumbledore said carefully, been as honest with the people in that room, over the past 10 years, as I should have been. I had reasons. They were not small reasons. But they were, he stopped. They were also convenient. It was the second time he'd said that exact phrase. Harry recognized it as the specific, hard-bought honesty of someone who has developed enough integrity to acknowledge the difference between justification and excuse. There's still time, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. I think that's rather the point. The unspeakable came in April. She arrived alone, which was not standard Ministry protocol, and which meant she'd made the appointment on personal authority. Her name was Croaker, not a first name, just Croaker, which was how unspeakables operated, and she was somewhere between 50 and ageless, with the specific quality of someone who has spent decades in rooms where the primary resource is knowledge and has developed both the depth and the particular detachment that produces. She met Harry in an empty classroom off the 3rd floor, which had been designated the meeting location because Harry had requested it and because it was as far from the 3rd floor corridor as the 3rd floor permitted, and being near the site of the year's primary event felt contextually appropriate. Dumbledore was present, as agreed. Snape was also present, uninvited, but neither Harry nor Dumbledore had asked him to leave, and Croaker had looked at him when she arrived and said, Severus, with the tone of someone acknowledging a long-standing professional acquaintance. Snape had said, Arabella, and settled into a chair in the corner. Croaker sat across from Harry and looked at him for a moment with the specific attention of someone who has made a career of assessing things and has encountered something that requires recalibration. You've read the De Nucleo Anime, she said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. Which edition? The 912 text. Not a copy, the original. I found it at a used bookshop in Diagon Alley. I think it was shelved by accident. The owner didn't seem to know what it was. Croaker was quiet for a moment. We've been looking for that text for 40 years, she said. I'll return it when I'm done with it, Harry said. We'd appreciate that. She leaned forward, and the professional assessment gave way to something more direct, the specific quality of a researcher who has gotten past the formalities and is now actually interested. I want to understand what it's like, she said. Not what you can do. What it's like. The subjective experience of it. Harry considered this. It was the first question anyone had asked him that approached the core from that angle, not its function, not its implications, but its experience. He sat with it for a moment, giving it the attention it deserved. It's like, he stopped. Started again. You know how most magic works. Through intention, you want a thing to happen, you have the technical knowledge to make it happen, and the magic is the medium between the two. Yes, Croker said. With the core, intention and medium aren't separate, Harry said. The wanting and the doing are the same thing. There's no translation step. What I mean, at a deep enough level, is what happens. He paused. The limitation is that it's anchored to what I actually mean, not what I think I mean. If I'm confused, the magic is confused. If I'm clear, the magic is clear. It's completely honest. There's no gap to hide in. Croker wrote something. And the range of it? Expanding, Harry said. When I was 5, it was the cupboard and the house. Now he put his hand flat on the table and extended the core's range outward, and Croker's quill flew off the table and landed 2 feet away, and every candle in the room burned a fraction brighter. Approximately the whole castle, at a baseline. In concentrated effort, further. The sensitivity, Croker said. How fine a resolution. Fine enough to read magical signatures, Harry said. Individual ones, specific enchantments, specific people's magical presence, specific objects. It's how I knew about Quirrell. It's how I found the stone. He looked at her. It's how I know that the book in your bag is also looking for information about soul cores and was annotated by someone in your department approximately 20 years ago. Croker looked at her bag. She looked at Harry. She said, the annotations are mine, actually. I was a researcher before I moved to operational work. What were you researching? Harry asked. Whether a soul core awakening was theoretically possible in the modern era, she said, given the documented decline in ambient magical density since the pre-Wand period. The theoretical answer, according to my research, was no. And yet, Harry said. And yet, she agreed, with the wry, genuine acknowledgement of a researcher whose primary finding has just walked into the room. My working hypothesis now is that the conditions weren't ambient density but individual, that the right configuration of person, circumstance, and specific kind of early deprivation creates the conditions for deprivation, Harry said. The texts describe it consistently, Croker said, not unkindly. Not deprivation as punishment. Deprivation as, she searched for the word. As reduction. When everything external is stripped away, if what's underneath is of a particular quality, something that would otherwise be dormant can become active. Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about the cupboard, not the wrong of it, he processed that separately, but the structural fact of it. 4 feet by 6 feet. Nothing external to lean on. Nothing to distract the core from waking up, from finding itself. That's probably right, he said. I'm sorry that it is, Croker said, directly. He looked at her. She held his gaze without the professional pleasantness and without the performed sympathy that people sometimes used when they didn't know what else to do with a difficult reality. Just with the straightforward acknowledgement of someone who finds the truth significant enough to say plainly. Thank you, Harry said. And he meant it. They spent 3 hours in that classroom. Croker asked questions that were precise and theoretical and occasionally so far ahead of the current research that Harry found himself discussing things with her that he'd only half articulated to himself. She knew things he didn't know. He knew things she'd spent 20 years trying to theorize about. It was the most genuinely interesting conversation he'd had with an adult all year, and the core ran at a sustained hum throughout it, engaged in the specific way it engaged with things that mattered. At the end, when she was packing her bag, Croker said, the ministry will not move against you officially. Fudge won't authorize it, the political exposure of moving against Harry Potter is too significant, and you handled the March meeting well enough that there's no administrative momentum for it. But unofficially, Harry said. Umbridge has a long memory and strong institutional convictions, Croaker said. And she is not wrong that you represent something that doesn't fit the existing framework. She'll look for the framework that makes you manageable. What do you recommend? Harry said. Croaker snapped her bag shut. Stay visible. Accessible. Don't give them a gap to fill with invention. She looked at him. And come see us in the Department of Mysteries when you're ready. The official side, not the Umbridge side. What you are is important enough that the people doing the serious research should know you. I'll come in the summer, Harry said. If that can be arranged. I'll arrange it, she said. She extended her hand. He shook it. Mr. Potter, she said, with something that was genuinely warm beneath the formality. The texts call your kind the animus vivus. The living soul. She paused. It's a good name. It is, Harry said. She left. The room was quiet. Snape, from the corner, said, 3 hours. She had good questions, Harry said. She's spent 20 years on this research, Snape said. He picked up his cloak, stood. You gave her 20 years of data in an afternoon. She gave me things too, Harry said. The deprivation hypothesis, I hadn't thought about it in those terms. The structural reason why the cupboard was necessary. Snape went very still. It was the Snape kind of still, controlled, surface level, but with something working underneath it. The cupboard was not necessary, he said, with a flatness that had something hot underneath it. The conditions were, Harry said. The cupboard was the Dursleys' implementation of conditions that could have been created any number of different ways. He paused. I'm not defending the Dursleys. No, Snape said. Good. Because he stopped. His jaw set. Because it was not acceptable. Harry looked at him. He said, carefully, genuinely, I know. Thank you. Snape nodded once, tightly, and walked out. Dumbledore, from his chair in the corner, he'd been almost entirely silent through the 3 hours, which had taken significant restraint and which Harry had noted and appreciated, said, Harry. Sir. Next year, Dumbledore said. There will be, the situation you described to Fudge, the larger situation, there will be more incidents. Things will accelerate. I know, Harry said. I want you to know, Dumbledore said, and he was choosing his words with a care that acknowledged their weight, that my role in what comes, I want it to be genuinely useful to you. Not managed. Not guided in ways that serve my plans more than your judgment. He looked at Harry over the spectacles. I've spent a great deal of time planning for a situation that turned out to be considerably less neat than I'd anticipated. I'm still, adjusting to that. You're doing fine, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. Laughed, a small, genuine laugh, the kind that surprises itself. I'm not accustomed to being graded on adjustment. You're doing fine, Harry said again. He stood. I'm going to go find Ron and Hermione. It's been a long day. He walked to the door. At the threshold he stopped. He said, without turning around, I know why you didn't come to Privet Drive. Not the reasons you gave yourself. The real reason. A pause. You were afraid, Harry said. Not of me. Of what you'd feel, if you went. If you saw. He paused. That's human. It's a flaw, but it's a human one. He left. Behind him, in the empty classroom, Dumbledore sat for a long time with his hands still on the desk and the afternoon light coming through the windows and something on his face that was not, for once, wisdom or strategy or the performed serenity of a man in control of events. Just a very old man, sitting with a very honest thought. Chapter 6, The Chamber Below the Chamber. The summer between first and second year was the longest Harry had spent outside Hogwarts since his 5th birthday, and the course spent most of it restless. Not anxious. Not frightened. Restless in the way of something that had found its natural environment and been removed from it, like a river diverted into a holding tank, still moving, still itself, but constrained by walls that weren't its shape. Harry managed it the way he managed most things, by giving it something to do. He spent June in the Department of Mysteries. Croker had arranged it, as promised, a formal visiting researcher arrangement that the ministry had processed with the careful ambiguity of an institution that hadn't decided yet how to file the underlying situation and had chosen, in the meantime, to give it a title that sounded routine. Harry went 3 days a week, spent his mornings in a specific research room with 2 unspeakables who had been selected for their theoretical expertise and their ability to discuss things without immediately needing to classify them, and came back to Privet Drive in the evenings with his mind running at the specific high frequency of someone who has spent 8 hours on genuinely interesting problems. The Dursleys had achieved, by summer, a working arrangement with Harry's presence that could generously be called coexistence and more accurately be called studied mutual avoidance. Vernon worked. Petunia gardened. Dudley played video games and had developed, following several months of proximity to someone who simply did not respond to his particular brand of social pressure, a default neutrality toward Harry that was the closest Dudley had ever come to treating another person with equanimity. Harry cooked sometimes, because he liked it, and the Dursleys ate the food without discussing its origin, and nobody said anything about the Corps or the ministry or the fact that Petunia had stood at the kitchen window on Harry's birthday and whispered, very quietly, "Happy birthday, Harry," to the glass, apparently not knowing he could hear. He could hear. He'd said nothing. He'd tucked it alongside the photograph and the memory of Christmas Eve and the specific, incomplete quality of Petunia Dursley's love, not nothing, not enough, but not nothing. The Department of Mysteries was extraordinary. Harry had expected interesting and gotten genuinely revelatory, which was a meaningful distinction. The rooms the unspeakables showed him, not all rooms, not the deep ones, but enough, were organized around questions rather than answers, which was the correct way to organize a research institution and the opposite of how most institutions operated. A room devoted entirely to time. A room with a veil that made the core go very still in a way that felt significant rather than dangerous, like standing next to something ancient that was mid-sentence. A room full of prophecy spheres, glowing faintly in rows, and Harry had walked down one aisle with the core ranging lightly across them and had stopped at one specific sphere without meaning to, because the core had recognized its own name in the enchantment, and he'd looked at it for a moment. His name, and Voldemort's, in a glass sphere. Kept here, in the dark. He didn't touch it. He filed it. He kept walking. What he took from the Department of Mysteries was not information specifically, he'd gone in with theoretical knowledge and come out with it organized differently, contextualized by people who'd spent their careers at the edges of what magic could explain. The unspeakables were the most intellectually honest people he'd encountered, because their job was to sit with questions that couldn't yet be answered and not pretend they could. They were good at the honest acknowledgement of limits, which was a rarer quality than it should have been. The most useful thing came from a conversation in the 3rd week, with an unspeakable named Saul Croker, Arabella's husband, as it turned out, which made their home life presumably interesting, who specialized in the study of magical inheritance and latent abilities. He'd been tracking the soul core question from a different angle than Arabella, not the conditions that produced it, but the reason it had disappeared from the historical record. It wasn't that they became rare, Saul said, over the annotated copies of 3 separate century-spanning genealogical surveys spread across the table between them. The lineage continued. The genetic and magical profile that enables it, we can trace it forward. It should have appeared several times in the intervening millennium. But it didn't, Harry said. It didn't manifest, Saul said. The profile was present. The awakening didn't occur. He tapped one of the surveys. We think the suppression was environmental. As the ministry developed and formalized the magical regulatory framework, as wand use became universal and expected and the education around magic became standardized, the gap closed, Harry said. The conditions that allow a core to wake up, Saul said, require a specific quality of emptiness. Not just isolation. Not just trauma, despite what Arabella's deprivation hypothesis suggests as shorthand. Something more precise, the complete removal of any expectation of what magic should look like. The ministry's framework doesn't leave room for magic to be what it is before it's been told what it is. Harry sat with this. The cupboard was the wrong shape, he said. But it was, accidentally, the right emptiness. Exactly, Saul said. The Dursleys tried to make magic not exist in that house. They succeeded so completely that when the core woke up, there was nothing in your framework about what it was supposed to do. No expectation for it to conform to. He paused. Irony. Yes, Harry said. He thought about that on the train back to Surrey, watching London reassemble itself from its constituent parts. The people who had tried to make him nothing had made him everything. He didn't find this gratifying, exactly. He found it structurally interesting in the way that the core found most true things interesting, complete, self-contained, appropriately shaped. July he spent reading and writing letters. He wrote to Hermione, who wrote back immediately and at length, and their correspondence was a specific pleasure because Hermione's letters read like her thinking made visible, fast, organized, willing to change direction when something new arrived. She'd spent July at the British Library accessing their genealogical records, which had a surprising quantity of magical adjacent materials shelved in the incorrect section, because Hermione had decided that understanding the wizarding world's history required understanding the preministry sources that most magical researchers had stopped consulting when the Registry of Wizards was formalized in 1707. She'd found something. Harry, the letter said, cutting immediately past pleasantries in the way of someone who has news and considers pleasantries a structural inefficiency. You need to look at pre-Norman records of magical settlements in Scotland. The topographical surveys from approximately 900–1100 AD consistently reference a site in the Highland region as the place of persistent light, which is either a Muggle interpretation of something genuinely magical or a Muggle interpretation of something genuinely magical that the wizarding world stopped referencing after approximately 1200 AD. The settlement records show a specific type of practitioner, not itinerant magical laborers, not hedge witches, something differentiated by a term that keeps appearing in the Latin records as animati, which is not standard Latin for magical practitioners. It seems specifically different from the Magi. I think there's something here. We'll continue. He'd replied immediately, find everything you can. I'll look at the Hogwarts archives when we're back. There's a section of the library that Pants has restrictions on that I haven't properly examined yet. Ron's letters were shorter and contained more Quidditch statistics and a running narrative about his family's summer, which involved a mishap with a garden gnome on the 22nd of June that had apparently reached a productive resolution by July 3rd, the details of which Ron narrated with the natural storytelling instinct of someone who has grown up in a large family where the primary entertainment is narrating the events of your own life to each other. Harry kept every letter. He kept them in the pocket of his jacket where he kept the photograph, which was getting slightly worn at the corners, which he found he didn't mind. September 1st, King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. He found Ron immediately. The Weasley family was not a difficult cluster to locate, being large and red-haired and generationally comfortable with the existence of the barrier between platform 9 and 10 in a way that made them easy to spot by their casual relationship to it. Hermione was already on the platform, talking with Ron's mother, who was a woman of such genuine warmth that Harry felt it from 15 feet away without the core needing to do anything in particular. Molly Weasley turned and saw Harry, and the warm expression she'd been wearing for Hermione expanded rather than contracted, which was not the response Harry usually got from adults in the first 5 seconds, but which fit everything he'd learned about her from Ron's letters. Harry, dear, she said, with the natural authority of a woman who has raised 7 children and has enough surplus affection to extend freely to additional children found in station car parks. You look thin. Are they feeding you? Well enough, Harry said. She looked at him in the specific way of someone who has correctly assessed, well enough, as not the same as, well, and has decided to let it go for now but has not forgotten it. You'll come to the Burrow for the holidays, she said, in the tone she used for things that were decided rather than proposed. I'd like that, Harry said, and meant it. Something in her expression settled. Good, she said. Ron appeared from behind his mother's left shoulder with the grin of someone reuniting with a person they've been writing letters to for 2 months and finding the person more or less exactly as they'd left them. "You're here," he said. "I'm here," Harry said. "How was the Department of Mysteries?" "Extraordinary," Harry said. "Yeah." Ron fell into step beside him as they moved toward the train. "What did they, letters couldn't do it justice," Harry said. "I'll tell you on the train." "He's been like this all summer," Hermione said, appearing on Harry's other side with her trunk trailing behind her and a book already in her hand, in the way of someone for whom books are a natural accessory. "Completely impossible to get specific information out of." "My letters were very specific," Harry said. "Your letters were specific about the questions," Hermione said. "Not the answers." "Because the questions are the interesting part," Harry said. "The answers are also the interesting part," Hermione said. "Then we agree that it's all interesting," Harry said. Ron looked between them. "This is what my entire year is going to be like, isn't it?" "Yes," they said, simultaneously. He grinned. They found a compartment, and Harry told them about the Department of Mysteries, and Hermione told them about the British Library research, and the train moved north through August-ending England and the core ran warm and the castle pulled at the distance with the familiar specificity of something that knew him. He felt, about an hour outside London, a new presence on the train. Not alarming. Not threatening. Just, new, in the way of something he hadn't catalogued before, something with a magical signature that was unusual in a specific way he couldn't immediately classify. He tracked it to 3 compartments down, where someone was sitting alone. He noted it. Returned to the conversation about Hermione's Animati research. He'd look later. The new presence turned out to be a girl sitting alone in a compartment with her shoes off and her feet tucked under her and a copy of a magazine called The Quibbler held upside down, reading it with the focused equanimity of someone who has decided that orientation is less important than content. Harry looked through the compartment door glass for a moment. Blonde, slightly younger than him, a first year, he'd guess, though she had the quality of someone who occupied time differently from most people her age, less subject to the usual social gravity that pulled 11-year-olds into specific configurations. She was reading with the specific attention of someone for whom reading was not an activity but a state of being. He slid the door open. She looked up without the startle that most people managed when a door opened unexpectedly. Just looked up, steady and present, silver-gray eyes with the quality of someone who was always somewhat further away than their physical location suggested and simultaneously more present than anyone else in the room. The core registered her magical signature more precisely at close range, and what it found was genuinely interesting. Not a soul core, there was nothing like that. But a quality of magical perception that was oriented differently from normal. Most people's magic reached outward toward the world, seeking to affect it. Hers reached inward and then sideways, at an angle that didn't have a standard classification, aware of things that weren't in the normal field, seeing what was there in ways that bypassed the usual categories. "Hello," Harry said. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said. Not starstruck. Not performed. Just accurate, she knew who he was and said so the way you name something when you want to be precise. "You know who I am," he said. "Everyone does," she said. "But I also felt you in the corridor before you opened the door. You feel different from everyone else." He sat down across from her. "How do I feel different?" She considered this seriously, which he appreciated. "Everyone else feels like a sound. Distinct, specific, coming from a location." She tilted her head slightly. "You feel like a room. Big, warm. Old." She looked at him with the silver-gray eyes. "My name is Luna Lovegood." "Harry Potter," he said, though she already knew. "I know," she said. "I'm starting Hogwarts. First year." "I thought so," he said. "What are you reading?" She held the Quibbler up, still upside down. "My father's magazine. There's an article about Crumplehorn Snorkax that's very interesting if you're reading from the correct direction, which from this angle is upside down, because the logic of it runs backward from the conclusion. Harry considered this. Is that a real editorial technique? I don't know, Luna said. It works for this article. She looked at him. Do you think crumplehorn snorkax exist? I think there are things the magical world hasn't catalogued yet, Harry said, and I think the people who haven't catalogued them sometimes assume that means they don't exist. Luna looked at him with an expression that was the emotional equivalent of a click, something fitting. Yes, she said. That's exactly right. She tucked the magazine away and sat up slightly. You're going to look for something at Hogwarts this year. Something old. Harry looked at her. How do you know that? You feel like you're about to look for something, she said, with the comfortable simplicity of someone stating an observation. The way you feel is the way things feel when they're oriented towards something that isn't visible yet. He looked at her for a moment. The core assessed her perception, not intrusively, just present, the way it was always present, and found something it found genuinely unusual. She wasn't using magic to perceive him. She was just looking. With a quality of attention that was, in its own non-magical way, one of the most accurately perceptive things he'd encountered. I am, he said. Looking for something. Luna said. I'll help if I can. Said with the casualness of someone offering to help someone carry something, no drama, no stakes. Just, if I can, I will. Thank you, Harry said. Are you always this polite? She said. I try to be accurate, he said. Politeness is usually the accurate response. She smiled, a real one, not performed, the smile of someone who has found something genuinely delightful. I like that, she said. He stayed in her compartment for 20 minutes, talking about things that ranged from crumplehorn snorkax to the nature of magical perception to whether the Hogwarts sorting process had philosophical implications that the school had never properly examined. Luna talked the way she read, at her own pace, following logic that was genuinely her own, not performing agreement or performing divergence. When she disagreed with something Harry said, she said so plainly. When she agreed, she said why. By the time he went back to his compartment, Ron was in the middle of a wizard's chess problem he'd set himself, and Hermione was writing something at speed, and neither of them had noticed he'd been gone. He sat down and looked out the window. Who were you talking to? Hermione said, without looking up. Luna Lovegood, Harry said. First year. She's interesting. Interesting how? Ron said, moving a piece. The perceiving kind of interesting, Harry said. Not the same as us. Different angle. Hermione looked up at that. Different how? You'll see when you meet her, Harry said. She'll probably be in Ravenclaw. She was. The Sorting Hat put her there in under a minute, but not before it had a brief, audible disagreement with itself that the Great Hall heard as a long, muttered conversation, which ended with, Ravenclaw, said in the tone of a hat that has made the correct decision and is aware that correct decisions can still be complicated. Luna sat at the Ravenclaw table and looked at Harry across the hall with the steady equanimity she brought to everything and gave him a small wave. He waved back. Ron, next to him, said, Do you know that first year? We talked on the train, Harry said. Ron looked at Luna, who had already opened the Quibbler at the table. She's reading a magazine upside down at the sorting feast, he said. That's one of the interesting things about her, Harry said. The first week of second year established several things. Lockhart was the defense professor. Harry sat in the first defense class and watched Gilderoy Lockhart arrange the presentation of himself with the professional ease of a man who has been doing it for decades and has optimized the process. The golden hair was real. The smile was real. The specific warmth he deployed on a room of 12-year-olds was real enough, in the sense that Lockhart genuinely liked attention and students generated attention reliably, and he was capable of genuine warmth toward sources of attention. The magical ability was not real. Or rather, there was magical ability underneath the performance, but it was not the ability being advertised. Lockhart's actual skill was a specific, highly refined version of memory charm, the ability to alter and overwrite the memories of multiple subjects simultaneously, which was a genuinely impressive and deeply specialized competence that had absolutely no overlap with the adventure and heroism narratives of his books. He'd stolen the stories. All of them. Found the people who'd actually done the things, removed their memories of having done them, and published his own version. The Corps read this in the first 5 minutes of the first class, not because it was looking for it, but because Lockhart's magical signature was one of the more distinctive it had encountered, strong in one very specific channel, weak everywhere else, and carrying the specific trace of a person who has used the same spell so many times it has left its pattern on them. Harry sat in the front row and watched Lockhart discuss his encounter with the Wagga Wagga werewolf and thought, this is the person Dumbledore chose for defense this year. After Quirrell. Either Dumbledore was making an error in judgment, or the position was cursed in a way that made qualified candidates unavailable, or Dumbledore had chosen Lockhart specifically for reasons that weren't obvious from the outside. Probably the third, he thought. Dumbledore's choices were rarely accidental. He didn't do anything about it immediately. He watched, and waited, and let Lockhart be Lockhart, which Lockhart did with extraordinary commitment. After the third class, Hermione came to terms with the Lockhart situation more slowly than Harry, because she'd read all his books over the summer and had arrived with genuine admiration that the actual person was steadily failing to substantiate. She arrived at the honest assessment on a Thursday in September, during a study session in the library, when she set down her copy of Travels with Trolls and stared at it for a moment with the expression of someone whose model has just been updated against their preferences. He didn't do any of it, she said. No, Harry said, without looking up from what he was reading. A pause. How long have you known? First class. She was quiet for a moment. Why didn't you say anything? You needed to get there yourself, Harry said. The conclusion lands differently when it's yours. She considered this. He could feel her deciding whether to be annoyed about it. That's true, she said finally, with the honesty of someone who doesn't let self-interest interfere with accuracy. It's also slightly infuriating. Yes, Harry said. Sorry. What are we going to do about him? Nothing yet, Harry said. He's not dangerous. He's incompetent, which is different. He turned a page. There's something more important to pay attention to. The castle, Hermione said immediately. Harry looked up. The castle, he confirmed. You felt it too. I felt something, she said carefully. I can't feel what you feel, I don't have the resolution. But there's a quality in the lower levels of the castle that's different this year. Something that wasn't active before. Something opened, Harry said. In the deep parts. I've been tracking it since the first night. He set his book down. The Hogwarts founders built several things into the structure of this castle that the school stopped using. Sealed sections, locked mechanisms, dormant enchantments. Most of them are inert, historical, significant, but not active. He paused. One of them is active. It's been active since about the third day of term. What opened it? Hermione said. I don't know yet, Harry said. Something that came into the castle at the start of term. A new presence, something dark, something specifically oriented toward the castle's deep structure. He looked at her. I need to get into the lower levels. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said. He looked at her. I've been in the library, she said, with the particular defiance of someone who is always in the library and would like this fact taken as a given. There are persistent legends about a hidden chamber built by Salazar Slytherin beneath the school. A chamber containing a monster. The legend says the heir of Slytherin opens it when they want to purge the school of Muggleborns. She paused. Which is horrifying. But also, the structure of the legend is that there's something Slytherin built and hid that still exists and can be activated. The legend is partly right, Harry said. There's a chamber. I can feel it. It's older than the school, or at least older than the school's primary enchantments. It's in a layer underneath them, the same way the ministry is built on top of existing magical infrastructure. He paused. I don't think Slytherin built it as a weapon. Hermione's eyes sharpened. What do you think he built it as? I'm not sure yet, Harry said. But the core is interested in it. Not alarmed. Curious. He paused. The same way it was curious about the denucleo anime. The same quality of recognition. Recognition of what? Hermione said, very quietly. Something old, Harry said. Something that knew what a soul core was. Something that left something behind for, he stopped. I need to get down there. There's a monster, Hermione said. Probably, Harry said. Harry. I'm not going to pick a fight with it, he said. I want to see what Slytherin actually built. The monster is a guardian. Guardians can be navigated. She looked at him. Her expression was the one she wore when she was frightened and had decided to be thoroughly prepared instead of stopping. I'll research the chamber's reported location. Thank you, he said. I'm coming with you, she said. If you want, he said, which was the closest he ever came to asking for something. I want, she said. The attack started on October 15th. Mrs. Norris First, Filch's cat, found petrified in a corridor near a flooded bathroom on the second floor, with a message written on the wall above her in something that Filch kept insisting was blood and which was, actually, something that had the magical signature of a dark enchantment specifically designed to look like blood but function as a channel for the message rather than a medium. The message, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry stood in the corridor with the crowd that had gathered and read the message, and the core identified the magical signature of what had written it, not blood, not paint, a specific dark enchantment he'd encountered once before in the denucleo anime, in the chapter on pre-wand magical communication. It was a bonded writing charm, old, requiring something as the physical anchor. He tracked the anchor. He found it 6 inches down the corridor from the message, a small dark object, pushed against the baseboard, partially hidden by the corner. He walked over, crouched, picked it up before the crowd noticed. A diary. Black cover, old but not ancient. T.M. Riddle on the inside cover, in the distinctive handwriting of someone who had spent considerable effort making their handwriting distinctive. He held it in his hand and the core went immediately, completely alert. Not the warm alert of something interesting. The cold alert of something that recognized danger. The diary had the specific signature of a Horcrux. Not the fragment he'd encountered in Quirrell, that had been a consciousness, active, aware, wearing a man. This was the same structure, the same fundamental dark signature, but dormant, the difference between a fire burning and a fire banked. A piece of Voldemort's soul, contained in a book, not currently pushing outward. Waiting. He closed his fingers around it and stood up, and in the crowd around him nobody had noticed his brief detour to the baseboard. Hermione had, though. She was at his elbow in the next moment, looking at his closed fist with the sharp attention she brought to things he was paying attention to. What is it? She said, very quietly. Tell you later, he said. You always, I know, he said. Later. He pocketed the diary and stood in the corridor with the crowd and looked at the message on the wall, and thought about Tom Riddle, and about the journal, and about what it meant that a Horcrux had arrived at Hogwarts. He thought about who could have brought it, and how, and what they intended. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, standing outside Gringotts in July a year ago, watching Harry with the eyes of someone calculating sides. He thought about the start of term, the Weasleys' old car, the chaos of their arrival, the trunk mix-up in the pile of luggage in the entry hall, the brief moment when Draco and Lucius had both been present and Lucius had run his cane along the stack of second-hand textbooks in Ginny Weasley's cauldron with the possessive contempt of a man comfortable enough in his power to be cruel about small things. He had his answer. Not proof. An answer. He'd need proof for anyone else. For himself, the core's reading of the diary was sufficient. November. 2 more students petrified. The school responded in the way schools respond to crisis, escalating anxiety managed by escalating authority, with the specific inefficiency of an institution trying to solve a problem it doesn't understand. Harry spent November mapping the lower levels. He did this the way he did everything, through the core, ranging outward from wherever he was, building the model from magical resonances. The Chamber of Secrets was deep. Below the dungeons, below the plumbing that the castle's later additions had added, below the oldest structural foundations. It was accessed, he determined, through the second-floor bathroom, Myrtle's bathroom, the flooded one near where Mrs. Norris had been found, which was not a coincidence. The entry was a Parseltongue lock. He'd known he was a Parselmouth since September of first year, when he'd had a brief, clear conversation with a garden snake on the Hogwarts grounds that he'd mentioned to no one because the reaction to it in wizarding culture was apparently significant and he'd wanted to think about it first. He'd thought about it now. He'd read about it. Parselmouth was a hereditary trait associated with the Slytherin bloodline, rare, often culturally marked as dark, functionally the ability to communicate with snakes at a level beyond simple magical influence. The core read it differently. Not a bloodline trait. A resonance, something Slytherin had built into the lock because it required a specific magical frequency that Parselmouth's speech produced, which was a sophisticated enchantment method rather than a bloodline gatekeeping. He'd opened the lock on November 20th, alone at 2 in the morning, and gone 2 levels down before coming back. He'd needed to be sure of what he was navigating before he went all the way. What he'd found 2 levels down was significant enough to justify the planning. He told Hermione and Ron at breakfast on the 21st. He gave them the same information in the same order it had organized itself in his mind. Ron said, "Right. When?" Hermione said, "I want the floor plan." Harry said, "Saturday night. I have the floor plan." Ron, the chess pattern I taught you last year, there's a mechanic in the chamber access tunnels that uses the same logic. Different implementation but same underlying structure. Ron nodded. Paths and blockers. Exactly. And Hermione, the botanical elements, she said. The chamber has old growth in the pipe sections. I've been reading about pre-medieval magical cultivars. Some of them are defensive, some are structural. I'll need to know which. Both, Harry said. But I can read the defensive ones ahead of contact. I'll be first through anything alive. She looked at him. Luna Lovegood asked me yesterday if we'd found the old room yet, she said. Harry looked up. She said that? She said, Hermione read from her notebook, because Hermione noted things, always. Has Harry found the old room yet? The one below the foundation. It smells like before. That's exact. I wrote it down because it was too specific to be general. It smells like before, Harry said. Whatever that means, Ron said. Ask her if she wants to come, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. You're inviting a second-year Ravenclaw on an expedition to a secret medieval chamber. She perceives things I can't, Harry said. Different angle. I said that on the train. Hermione paused. Then wrote something in her notebook. I'll ask her. The 4 of them went on Saturday. Luna had said yes in the way she said most things, not enthusiastically, not reluctantly, simply, yes, that makes sense, what time? She'd brought nothing except herself and the quibbler tucked into her robe pocket, which Harry found not unprepared but correctly prepared, which was different. They moved through the castle at 2 in the morning with the ease of 4 people who have different but complementary ways of navigating dark spaces. Harry led. Ron watched their flanks with the spatial awareness of someone who has grown up in a house full of brothers and has developed instinctive threat detection. Hermione kept close track of their route and counted steps, building a map in her notebook by feel. Luna walked at the rear and said nothing, but twice she said, left here, before Harry had indicated it, and both times she was right. He didn't ask. He filed it. The bathroom. The sink. Harry said 3 words in Parseltongue, the hissing, liquid language that felt in his mouth like a third thing alongside English and the core's wordless knowing, and the sink moved, and the pipe opened, and they went down. The tunnels were old, older than old, the core reading the stone around them as pre-9th century construction, which meant pre-Hogwarts, which meant Slytherin had found something already here and built around it rather than from scratch. Harry moved the others through the botanical elements, old growth, defensive, the kind of plants that existed in pre-medieval magical cultivation and which did what plants did at that age, which was respond to magical presence as either threat or kin. The core signaled kin. The plants let them through. Ron navigated a particular fork in the tunnel system, paths and blockers, exactly as predicted, a sequence that required 6 correct choices in order, with the focused calm of someone playing a game they're good at, and Harry watched him do it and thought about how it was the thing Ron was best at in the world, the ability to see the board entire, and how completely the boy had been told his whole life that this was not a sufficient thing to be best at. He'd have to think about that. The main chamber opened ahead of them. It was vast. Not in the way of the Great Hall, which was vast through human design. Vast in the way of geological space, a cavern that had been shaped by something older than intention, its ceiling lost in darkness above pillars that were carved from the living rock with the imagery of serpents. The floor was wet, water somewhere, the sound of it deep and steady. The air was cold and had the specific quality of places that have been sealed for a very long time, not stale exactly, but preserved, the way certain kinds of magic preserve rather than decay. Right, Ron said, quietly. Right, Hermione agreed. Luna said nothing. She was looking at the pillars with an expression of complete, absorbed attention. Harry walked forward. The core was doing something he hadn't felt it do before, and he walked toward the far end of the chamber where the stone face of Salazar Slytherin loomed in the half-dark with the particular expression of carved things that have waited centuries for the right moment, not malevolent, he now saw, not triumphant. Patient. The thing that the core was doing was responding. Not to the chamber. Not to the carving. To something in the wall behind Slytherin's face, a resonance that was older than the chamber, older than the school, older than the regulatory framework that had suppressed soul core awakenings for a millennium. Something that had been put here, in this specific location, by someone who had known what they were putting here and why. He put his hand on Slytherin's face, below the open mouth where the basilisk lived. The wall did not open. Something else happened instead. The stone under his hand warmed, not the warmth of temperature, the warmth of recognition. The resonance the core had been tracking came forward, through the stone, and met his hand the way a hand meets a handshake. Matching. Completing. A section of the wall to the left of the face, floor to ceiling, became luminous, the same gold that his hands produced, the same color, the same quality, but organized into markings that were not any runic system he'd read about. Something older. Something that the core read not as language but as intention, the way music is intention without being sentence. Harry, Hermione said, from behind him, very quietly. I see it, he said. What is it? Ron said. Something Slytherin left, Harry said. He read the markings, the core translating not into words but into meaning, the way dreams translate. He stopped. Started again. It's a message. But not words. More like a design. A pattern. He paused. He knew. Slytherin. He had one. Had what? Ron said. A soul core, Luna said, from behind all of them. Harry turned and looked at her. She was standing 10 feet back, looking at the luminous markings with the same absorbed attention she'd given the pillars. It smells like before, she said. This is what I meant. The room smells like before. Like when magic was the same thing as the person who used it. She looked at Harry. He left this for someone like you. Harry turned back to the wall. The core read it completely, all of it, in the time it took him to breathe in twice. What Slytherin had left was not a message in the conventional sense. It was a set of practices. A method. The way someone who has worked out something important writes it down not as theory but as instruction. This is what I learned, this is how I learned it, this is what I would tell the next person who finds this. Slytherin had not been dark in the way the castle's mythology claimed. He had been isolated, the only person in the school, in the wizarding world of his time, who had a soul core, and the other founders had not known what to do with him, and the growing formalization of magical education had made him increasingly peripheral, and he had been angry about this in the specific way of someone who has been told their most fundamental reality is inconvenient. He had built the chamber. He had sealed it. He had left the basilisk as a guardian of it, not a weapon for purging Muggleborns, but a guardian for the room, for the record on the wall, for the thing Slytherin had been that no one else had understood. He had left it for the next one. Harry stood in front of it for a long time, reading. Hermione said, behind him, "What does it say?" "It says a lot," Harry said. He turned. "But the most important thing," he paused. He knew the Horcruxes would happen. Not specifically. But he understood, he put it in the pattern, that someone would eventually try to do to a soul core what Voldemort did to his own soul. Fragment it as a weapon. And he put in here the reason why it's not possible. He looked at them. The core can't be fragmented because it's not stored. It's not an object or a compartment. It's a relationship. Between the person and, he searched for the right word. And everything. You can't split something that has no boundaries. A silence. That's why Voldemort is afraid of you, Hermione said. It's why every dark wizard in Britain felt it when I woke up, Harry said. They recognized it. The core is the thing the dark magic they use is a degraded version of. They felt it the way you feel the original when you've only ever seen copies. Ron was quiet. Then, what do we do with this? We remember it, Harry said. And we deal with the basilisk. Right, Ron said, with the resignation of someone who knew this was coming and had been hoping otherwise. Where is it? Still in the pipe, Harry said. It's been controlled by the diary, Tom Riddle's diary, the Horcrux. It's been responding to commands from the diary, which is how the petrifications have been happening. Someone opened the diary and Riddle's fragment has been using it as a control mechanism. Ginny, Hermione said, very quietly. Harry looked at her. Ginny Weasley, Hermione said. She's been quiet. Not herself. She looks, she stopped, rearranged. She found a diary at the start of term. I've seen her with it. She's been writing in it constantly. Harry said, yes, with the flatness of someone who has already reached this conclusion and found it deeply unpleasant. Ron's face had gone through several things rapidly. Riddle's been, through the diary, Riddle's been, Ginny, she's not hurt, Harry said. Not yet. The fragment has been using her as a conduit, feeding on her magical energy to control the basilisk. It hasn't harmed her directly. It wants to manifest through her, which means it needs her functional. He met Ron's eyes. She's at the hospital wing. She's safe right now. For how long? Ron said, and his voice was completely steady, which was the most serious version of Ron Weasley. Until the fragment decides it has enough, Harry said. Which is why we're doing this tonight. He turned to the basilisk's pipe. I need everyone behind me. I'll handle the snake. Ron, stay between the basilisk and the others if it gets past me, which it won't, but if it does. Hermione, the diary is in my bag. When I give you the signal, destroy it. How? Hermione said. A basilisk fang, Harry said. There'll be shed ones in the pipe. Basilisk venom destroys Horcruxes. It's in the De Nucleo Anime, Slytherin wrote about it specifically. He anticipated this. Hermione absorbed this with the comprehensive speed of someone for whom information, even alarming information, was a resource to be organized. Of course he did, she said. Luna, Harry said. Luna looked at him. If the fragment tries to exit the diary toward anyone, if anything dark starts moving through the air, I'll see it, Luna said simply. I'll tell you. Thank you, he said. He walked to the pipe. The core extended outward into the tunnel, locating the basilisk by its magical signature, ancient, immense, the specific enchanted nature of a creature made by dark magic to be a guardian, its awareness dull and reactive, controlled by the Horcrux's commands. He spoke to it in Parseltongue, low and specific, not commanding. The core didn't command things, it negotiated them, and what he said was the truth. The thing that has been directing you is about to be destroyed, and after that you are free to return to the deep stone, and I am asking you to go there now. The basilisk moved in the pipe. Not toward them. Sideways, then away. It worked in the way truth sometimes works on things that have been given only commands, like water finding level when the obstruction is removed. Harry reached into the pipe, found a shed fong, enormous, curved, warm with venom, and brought it to Hermione. She held it. She looked at it. She looked at the diary in Harry's bag. Just stab it, she said. Just stab it, Harry said. She took the diary. She held the fong over it with both hands. Then, with the specific precision of someone who does not want to do this but is going to do it correctly, she drove the fong through the cover. The diary screamed. It was not a sound exactly, more like the idea of a scream, a resonance in the core's perception, the dying cry of a fragment of consciousness that had been building towards something for decades and was now being unmade. It lasted 4 seconds. Then it was gone. The silence afterward was deep and clean. Harry felt the chamber's air change, the specific shift of a space that has been under dark influence and is now released from it, like a room when a window opens. The luminous markings on the wall brightened briefly, then settled. Luna said, from behind them, there. That's done. Ron let out a long breath. He looked at where the diary had been, a charred ruin now, Hermione still holding the fong over it with her hands very steady. Ginny's okay, he said, looking at Harry. She'll feel it, Harry said. The connection breaking. She'll know it's over. He paused. She's okay. Ron nodded. Once, tightly. Hermione set the fong down and stepped back. She looked at the wall, Slytherin's message, still luminous, the gold light of a 1,000-year-old soul core left in the stone for exactly this moment. We should document this, she said. The markings. Everything he left here. She pulled out her notebook. Can I? Yes, Harry said. Record everything. She began. Luna helped, with the particular quality of help she gave, not directing, not managing, just present in the way of someone who notices the thing that needs attention and attends to it. Ron stood near Harry, not speaking. After a while Ron said, You knew about the diary before tonight. Since October, Harry said. And you knew Lucius Malfoy planted it. I thought so. I know now, the diary responded to pureblood proximity in a specific way. That's how Riddle chose his conduit. The response pattern pointed back to who'd been holding it. He paused. Malfoy put it in Ginny's cauldron at Diagon Alley. The start of term. Ron was quiet for a moment. He tried to use my sister to resurrect Voldemort, he said, and his voice was the voice of someone stating something that they're going to need to process for a long time and are not going to do so right now because there are more immediate things, but haven't forgotten. Yes, Harry said. What do we do about it? We gather what we can, Harry said. Hermione documents the diary. We have the diary itself, what's left of it. We have the timing. We have the Diagon Alley incident, which multiple people witnessed. He looked at the charred remains. We give it to Dumbledore. Malfoy will deny it, Ron said. Of course he will, Harry said. And the Ministry will have difficulty with the evidence, and Fudge will find reasons to hesitate, and Lucius Malfoy will spend a great deal of money making problems go away. He met Ron's gaze. But he'll know we know. That's not nothing. Ron thought about this. Not nothing, he said. It's enough for now, Harry said. The next move is his. We'll be ready for it. Luna said, from near the wall, without looking up from what she was examining. The markings extend further. Below the main section. There's a section in older script. She looked at Harry. I think it's specifically for you. It has your name in it. Harry looked at her. Not your name, she corrected. The name. The word. Animus vivus. She paused. It's a list. A list of what? Hermione said, looking up. Luna looked at Harry steadily, with the silver-gray eyes that saw things at their own angle. The Horcruxes, she said simply. All of them. And where to find them? The chamber was quiet. The core burned. Harry walked to the wall.